na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu. Twakusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na tujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao tumesikabidhi mkononi mwetu. Amen. We have quorum to transact business. Our clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable Kwame, take your seat, the nearest. Thank you. Honorable members of short communication. Honorable members, I wish to welcome you back to the House from the long recess. I note that the recess turned out to be a working break for most committees, given the intense time that had to be invested in the consideration of budget estimates for the financial year 2023-24, public participation for the Finance Bill 2023 and other bills, the vetting of nominees proposed for appointment to various state offices, and other priority matters that were referred to committees before and during the ended recess. Honorable members, nonetheless, it's my sincere hope that you manage to spend some valuable time with your families and constituents and are now rejuvenated to embark on transacting business during this part of the session. Honorable members, as I welcome you back, allow me to emphasize the need for the House to settle down as soon as now, given the volume of business with statutory timelines either currently before the House or expected to be brought before the House. Honorable members, some of the key business that will remain top priority in this month of June 2023 include the consideration of special motions for approval of proposed appointments of various persons to Judicial Service Commission, the Central Bank of Kenya, the National Intelligence Service, and other bodies. All budget-related business is also a priority, including the consideration of budget estimates for financial year 2023-24, and the attendant committee of supply for the same. Consideration of the subsequent appropriation bill 2023, the finance bill 2023, the count allocation of revenue bill 2023, and the current government's additional allocation of revenue bill 2023, among other priority business. Members, take seats. The nearest seats. Take the nearest seat, Yusuf. Members, the nearest seats are not normally the seats you occupy every day. Honorable members, the 2010 constitutional dispensation shifted the budget-making responsibility from the executive to the National Assembly. Nevertheless, the tradition where the cabinet secretary responsible for finance to publicly pronounce the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures to the nation from the National Assembly chamber remains an essential ceremonial event in the budget cycle of the East African Community Partner States. In this regard, it is hereby notified that in keeping with the requirements of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and the Standing Order 244C, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury will make the annual pronouncement of the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the year 2023-2024 on Thursday, 15th June 2023 in the National Assembly Chamber. Further, honorable members, the other key event during this part of the session is the National Prayer Breakfast. As you may already be aware, the date for the 20th National Prayer Breakfast was postponed to tomorrow, Wednesday, 7th June 2023. The event will take place at the usual venue, the Safari Park Hotel, starting at exactly 7:30 a.m. All guests are asked to be seated by 7 a.m. Honorable members, on the eve of the National Prayer Breakfast, as is in the tradition, the national conversation on topical issues affecting the country has been organized. The conversation commenced this afternoon and is currently underway at the Safari Park Hotel, Nairobi, and honorable members are also invited to attend if possible. It is for this reason, honorable members, that the House Business Committee has approved the moving of the motion under order number 8 in today's order paper, asking the House to suspend the morning sitting on Wednesday, June 7th, 2023. This is to avail members the opportunity to attend this important annual prayer event. Honorable members, timely consideration of the scheduled business before the House calls for the dedication of both the leadership and the entire membership of this House. Therefore, as we embark on the performance of such important trusts bestowed on us by the people of Kenya, I urge the House to rise to the occasion just as we have ably risen before and deliver on the legislative agenda for this part of the second session. Indeed, honorable members, you will note that further to the directive of the House Business Committee, the Clerk of the National Assembly has restored the text of the motto of our Parliament in its place at the entrance of the chamber of the House. And the motto, as you can read, is for the welfare of the society and the just government of the people. When I first came here, it read for the welfare of society and for the just government of men. So the women, you have won the battle. Now it is the people and not men. Finally, honorable members, let me wish all of you success individually as members and collectively as a House throughout this part of the second session. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 3, messages.
Honorable members at the bar, take your seats. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, I have a few messages to deliver to the House. Take your seat. Honorable members, this first is a message from the President. Nomination of persons for appointment as Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya and Director General of the National Intelligence Service. Honorable members, Standing Order 42.2 relating to messages from the President provides that if a message is received from the President at a time when the House is not in session, the Speaker shall forthwith cause the message to be transmitted to every member and shall report the message to the House on the day the House next sits. Further, honorable members, you recall that on Wednesday, 15th February 2023, The House resolved that should the Speaker receive any message from the President, National Executive of the Senate during recess, the Speaker shall forthwith refer the message to the relevant committee without recalling the House. The House also resolved that whenever the Speaker invokes this resolution, the Speaker shall report to the House upon resumption. In this regard, honorable members, I wish to report to the House that during the May 2023 recess, I received 2 messages from His Excellency the President regarding nomination of persons for appointment to various state offices. In the first message, His Excellency the President conveyed his nomination of Dr. Kamau Thuge, CBS, for appointment as Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, following the recommendation of the Public Service Commission. In doing so, His Excellency the President invoked the provisions of Article 231(1) of the Constitution, as read together with Section 13(1) of the Central Bank of Kenya Act Cap 491 and Section 3 and 5 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011. For clarity, Article 231(1) of the Constitution establishes the Central Bank of Kenya, while Section 13(1) of the CBK Act provides that there shall be a governor who shall be appointed by the President through a transparent and competitive process with the approval of the National Assembly. In this regard, honorable members, and in keeping with the House resolution, I refer the message together with the CV and the relevant documentation of the nominee, the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning to undertake the approval hearing. I also directed the clerk to transmit the message to all members of the National Assembly via my notification number 002 of 16th May 2023. Honorable members, it's expected that the committee has already commenced approval hearings and should table its report on or before tomorrow, Wednesday, 7th June 2023, to enable the House to conclude the matter within the statutory timelines. Honorable members, the second message from the President relates to the nomination of Mr. No.1 Haji, CBS, for appointment as Director General of the National Intelligence Service. The message conveys that pursuant to the provisions of Article 242 of the Constitution, as read together with Section 7(1) of the National Intelligence Service Act 2012 and Sections 3 and 5 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, the President nominated Mr. No.1 Haji, CBS, for appointment as the Director General of the National Intelligence Service. Honorable members, Article 242 of the Constitution establishes the National Intelligence Service, while Section 7(1) of the National Intelligence Service Act 2012 provides that there shall be a Director General of the Service who shall, with the approval of the National Assembly, be appointed by the President. Honorable members, Section 7(3) of the National Intelligence Service Act 2012 states that the National Assembly shall, within 14 days after it first meets, after receiving the names of the nominee, consider the suitability of the nominee and either approve or reject the nominee for appointment. Similarly, honorable members, in keeping with the House resolution, I also refer the message together with the CV and the relevant documentation of the nominee to the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations for the committee to undertake the approval hearing. I also directed the clerk to transmit the message to all members of the National Assembly via my notification number 003 of 19th May 2023. The Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations is expected to expedite the approval process and table its report on or before Tuesday, 13th June 2023, to allow the House to consider the nominee with the prescribed statutory timelines. Honorable members, the House is accordingly guided. I thank you. Members at the bar, take your seats. I have other communications. On? Yes. I have. Yes. Honorable Mbui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 42, 4 on messages from the President, and Part 4 talks about messages from the CS. And Mr. Speaker, it's about a message that you read to the House here last year before we went on the last recess from the CS for Treasury, where he had indicated that he would be releasing funds for the National Government Constituency Development Fund to a tune of GAF to a tune of about 2 billion per week. And later on, Mr. Speaker, he defaulted. Later, when we were doing an induction of our new members, he also again sent you with a written communication which you delivered in Mombasa. And again, he had also promised to be releasing 2 billion per week. Mr. Speaker, the financial year is coming to an end very soon, and members have not received this money in their constituencies for development. And so, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to ask that you help us to protect the dignity of the House, because the letters came through you, you read them to us, they are unanswered, and they have not been fulfilled. And once beaten, twice shy, Mr. Speaker. And you being third in command in the country, Mr. Speaker, you need to save this House so that we don't become the laughingstock of the nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We need your guidance, please.
Honorable Mbui, let me finish with the messages, then we can come back to what you're saying. Honorable members, the second message is a message from His Excellency the President, and it's on nomination of persons for appointment to the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, SRC, and the Commission on Revenue Allocation. Honorable members, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 42, I wish to convey the following two messages from His Excellency the President regarding nomination of persons for appointment as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, SRC, and chairperson of the Commission on Revenue Allocation, respectively. In the first message, honorable members, His Excellency the President conveys that in exercise of powers conferred on him by Article 232b(1) of the Constitution, as read together with Article 252c of the Constitution and the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act 2011, the President nominates Dr. Phyllis Wambui Wagasha as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Honorable members, the second message from the President relates to the nomination of a person for appointment as a chairperson of the Commission on Revenue Allocation, CRA. The message conveys that pursuant to Article 215(2)(a) of the Constitution and Section 3 and 5 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approvals Act, Act number 33 of 2011, the President nominates CPA Mary A.C. Wanyonyi as chairperson of the Commission on Revenue Allocation. Honorable members, His Excellency the President now seeks the approval of the nominees by this House. Honorable members, Standing Order 45 provides that upon receipt of notification of a nomination for appointment, such a nomination shall stand committed to the relevant departmental committee for consideration. In this regard, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 45 and Paragraph 3 of the Standing Order 42, messages from the President, I hereby refer the messages from His Excellency the President together with the CV, the report of the selection panel, and other testimonials of the nominees. With regard to the nominee for appointment as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, to the Departmental Committee on Labor, and with regard to the nominee for appointment as chairperson of the Commission on Revenue Allocation, to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. Honorable members, whereas the enabling statutes provide for 14 days within which the House is expected to consider such nominees, Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011 requires the National Assembly to undertake the exercise within 28 days. In this regard, honorable members, the committees are expected to immediately commence the approval process and notify the nominees and the general public of the time and place for holding the approval hearings and thereafter, upon conclusion of the hearings, table their report by 27th June 2023 to enable the House to consider the business within the prescribed statutory timelines. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you. Members at the bar, take your seats. Take the nearest seat. I have another communication. The nearest seat. Obviously, the word nearest is strange to Honorable Kaluma. Okay. Honorable members, the next message is also from His Excellency the President, and this is nomination of persons for appointment as principal secretaries. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42, I wish to convey a message from His Excellency the President regarding nomination of persons for appointment as principal secretaries. In the message, His Excellency the President conveys that in exercise of powers conferred on him by Article 132(2)(d) of the Constitution as read together with Sections 3 and 5 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, he nominates the following persons for appointment as principal secretaries. 1, Ms. Salome Wairimu Muhia Biako, State Department for Correctional Services, Minister of Interior and National Administration. 2, Ms. Anne Njokiwa Ng'ombe, State Department for Performance Management and Delivery Services, Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary. Honorable members, Article 132(2)(d) of the Constitution provides that the President shall nominate and with the approval of the National Assembly appoint and may dismiss principal secretaries. In this regard, His Excellency the President now seeks the approval of the said persons by the National Assembly. Honorable members, Standing Order 45(1) requires that upon receipt of notification of nomination of appointments, such nominations shall stand committed to the relevant departmental committees for consideration. In this regard and pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 45 and paragraph 3 of Standing Order 42, messages from the President, I hereby refer the message from the President together with the certificate of presidential nominations, the CVs, and other testimonials of the nominees to the respective departmental committees as follows. In regard with Salome Wairimu Muhia Biako, the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. With regard to Anne Njokiwa Ng'ombe, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security. Honorable members, Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011 requires the National Assembly to consider such nominations within 28 days. In this regard, the committees are expected to immediately commence the approval process and notify the nominees and the general public of the time and place for holding the approval hearings. Thereafter, upon conclusion of the said hearings, table their respective reports on or before Wednesday, 28th June 2023, to enable the House to consider the matter with the prescribed statutory timelines. I thank you. On the matter raised by the Honorable Mbui, I think the answer or the response should come from the majority leader because we have been working with him on this matter. And the majority leader will wield more authority on this than the chair CGF.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I'll beg your indulgence because I had engaged with the CS National Treasury last week, and he indicated they're in the process working on both disbursements for the counties and the NGCDF, but to be able to give a more appropriate answer, I will beg you give me up to Thursday afternoon or tomorrow afternoon for me to get back to him to get the actual status.
You can bring a statement on the actual status on Thursday afternoon.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me also to take this opportunity to welcome back all the members back to the House after the short but long working recess. And also thank members because many of them were very active in committees, both departmental committees and also the select committees that had the opportunity to sit. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 6th June 2023. 1, legal notice number 40 relating to the excise duty amendment regulations 2023 and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. 2, legal notice number 56 relating to the universities regulations 2023 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Education. 3, legal notice number 57 relating to the access to information general regulations 2023 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Information, Communication and the Digital Economy. 4, legal notice number 58 relating to the Public Finance Management National Peace Support Operations Fund Regulations 2023 and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. 5, the draft Public Finance Management Regulations and Public Participation Engagement Report on amendments to the PFM Act 2012 and its attendant regulations. 6, report of the special groups, youth, women, and persons with disability under the 30% preference and reservation scheme for the July to December 2022 period from a Public Procurement Regulatory Authority. 7, quarterly report of the Economic and Budgetary Review for the financial year 2022-2023 from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. 8, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2022 and the certificates therein. A, Kenya Law Reform Commission. B, Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. C, Kipchabo Tea Factory. D, Kenya Dairy Board. E, the Orange Democratic Movement Party. F, Jubilee Party. G, Kenya Veterinary Vaccines Production Institute. H, Kenya National Library Service. I, New Kenya Cooperative Creameries Limited. J, New Kenya Planters Cooperative Union, New KPCU. K, Communications Authority of Kenya, Universal Service Fund. I, Kenya Leather Development Council. M, Agricultural Development Corporation. N, Technical and Vocational Education and Training Authority. O, Universities Fund. P, National Environment and Management Authority. Q, Kenya Medical Supplies Authority. R, KAS-FC Talanta. S, Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Service. T, Kenya National Innovation Agency, Kenya. U, National Museums of Kenya. V, National Council for Persons with Disabilities. W, Kenya Film Commission. X, Assets Recovery Agency. Y, Communications Authority of Kenya. And lastly, the Western Kenya Rice Mills Limited. Honorable Speaker, I am asked by the Deputy Speaker to also give special recognition and welcome back to the House to the Honorable Junet Mohammed, who has been away for some time.
Honorable Junet, you seem to have been missed by your colleagues. The next is, honorable members, there are some papers to be laid by the Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee, and Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. We will stay them. They'll lay those papers around 4-5. They're still in their committee meetings. Chairperson, Committee on Regional Integration. Honorable Wanjiku Muhia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, June 6th, 2023. This is the report of the Select Committee on Regional Integration on its visit to semi-autonomous institutions of the East African Community in Arusha, Tanzania from 2nd to 8th of April 2023.
Thank you, Angie Kumuhia. Next, the chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations, Nelson Koech.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, the 6th of June, 2023, the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations on its vetting of the nominee for appointment as the Director General of the National Intelligence Service.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable members, the first is Chairperson, Committee on Budget and Appropriations. It will apply in the same manner as the laying of the paper. When he lays the paper, he'll also give his notice. Next, Chairperson, Committee on Regional Integration, Wanjiku Muya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to give a notice of motion that this House adopted the report of the Select Committee on Regional Integration on its visit to semi-autonomous institution of the East African Community in Arusha, Tanzania, from 2nd to 8th April, laid on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 6th June, 2023.
Thank you. Next, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and Planning. He will give the notice at the time he lay the paper for the report. Next, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations.
This is a notice of motion, vetting of a nominee for appointment as a Director General of the National Intelligence Service. Sorry. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee of Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations in its report on the vetting of a nominee for appointment as the Director General of the National Intelligence Service, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 6, 2023, and pursuant to Section 7, Subarticle 3B of the National Intelligence Service Act 2022, this House approves the appointment of Mr. Nordin Mohammed Haji, CBS, OGW, as the Director General of the National Intelligence Service.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable members, you'll be notified that pursuant to the order I gave before we went on recess, tomorrow afternoon, the Minister for Education will be back in the chamber. I've seen a lot of questions, close to 9, that have been filed. And tomorrow, I want to encourage the House that we will be allowing the questioner an additional question as a supplementary and 2 other joyriders. Only, so that we can be able to cover the 9 questions that have been listed. And the clerk tells me there are many more flowing in. We will have the questioner, a supplementary from the questioner, and 2 joyriders, no more. Next order. We have a joyrider.
Order number 8, procedural motion, resolution to suspend a Wednesday morning sitting.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 28.4, calendar of the Assembly, this House resolves to suspend the morning sitting of Wednesday, 7th June, 2023 at 9:30 a.m. The motion having been approved by the House Business Committee this morning is to allow members of the House to attend and participate in the 20th National Prayer Breakfast in the venue alluded to by the Honorable Speaker. The National Prayer Breakfast is now an annual event and organized by the Parliament of Kenya. Honorable members, as leaders, it is vital to hold and be part of such important activities. I therefore call for all members of the House to attend. Going forward, the National Prayer Breakfast will be one of the many activities in our calendar. With these few remarks, I beg to move and request the Honorable Chip Konga to second. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable members. It was agreed in House Business Committee that the majority moves, the minority leader seconds. When did that change? Wandai? Go ahead and second. We must honor what we agreed in the House Business Committee.
You know, ordinarily, I do second motions moved by the leader majority, not his deputy, but all the same. All the same, I will proceed to second the motion.
Yes.
But with these remarks, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I think it has now become a tradition every year for the National Assembly, indeed the Parliament of Kenya, to host the National Prayer Breakfast. So tomorrow's National Prayer Breakfast is just one of those breakfasts that you've held over the years. It's now become a tradition. Mr. Speaker, it's an occasion when the nation needs to reflect, really, on where it's standing, the gains has made, and perhaps what lies ahead. So it's an occasion which should be, in my view, made to remain solemn as an event for thorough reflection. Mr. Speaker, let me confess that in the past, I personally haven't had the occasion to attend the National Prayer Breakfast. But for tomorrow, I will be attending. Tomorrow's National Prayer Breakfast, I will be attending. And I encourage members from across the political divide to turn up in the large numbers and attend the National Prayer Breakfast, which is scheduled for tomorrow. Of course, I must add the rider that my own leader, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, and the entire leadership of the Azimio La Umoja One Kenya coalition will not be in attendance. So they will be engaged in other national business or duties elsewhere. That notwithstanding, the entire Azimio leadership in the House, indeed, plus its membership, will be in attendance. And we hope that this particular National Prayer Breakfast will be of a different kind. Because in the past, we haven't lived to the spirit of the National Prayer Breakfast. Many times we have gone there, made lofty speeches, high-sounding remarks. At the end of the day, we go back to our usual selves. So let's hope that this event of tomorrow will be a different one, so that from there we can actually, for sure, embark on a renewal of the nation. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, you know we may differ in very many things, as is expected anyway in politics. But one thing that is for sure a fact is that we all need God, Mr. Speaker. We all need God. And we must continually pray to God, collectively and individually, so that this country can be rescued. You never know, Mr. Speaker. This prayer event might actually soften people's hearts and perhaps lead to the withdrawal of the offending finance bill 2023. You never know. You never know. You never know. That's why I encourage my members, please stand up in your numbers tomorrow so that we can pray together and seek God's intervention. Thank you. May God bless. I second.
Honourable members, I propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 28.4, calendar of the Assembly, this House resolved to suspend the morning sitting of Wednesday, 7th June 2023 at 9:30 a.m. Majority Leader? Majority Leader wants to say something.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I rise to support that motion. And indeed, as a leader of minority in seconding, but also to tell him the deputy leader was moving on my behalf, was on a phone call behind. But Honorable Speaker, as a leader of minority, says that this prayer breakfast gives us an opportunity to come together as one people. Honorable Speaker, is our perfect opportunity to come together and reconcile ourselves first to our God. And I appreciate that the leader of minority also appreciates that the role God has in all our lives, irrespective of our political affiliation, Honorable Speaker. Two, it gives us the opportunity to also reconcile man to man. And therefore, I also look forward, Honorable Speaker, after the lofty speeches that would be at the prayer breakfast and the prayers, Honorable Speaker, because we cannot underestimate the value and the role that prayers play in our lives. Honorable Speaker, if you want to ask how powerful prayer is, ask those of us in Kenya Kwanza, we will tell you how powerful prayer is. And we never take it for granted. And just as the leader of minority has announced the presence of the entire leadership of the Azimio leadership in Parliament and the absence of the Azimio leadership outside of Parliament, let me also announce the presence in that prayer breakfast meeting of the entire leadership of the Kenya Kwanza coalition in Parliament, and also our party leaders led by none other than His Excellency the President, because he knows that it has taken prayers for him to be president today. It has taken prayers for us to enjoy the peace and tranquility that we enjoy today. And Honorable Speaker, we suffered a drought in this country that we have not experienced for a record 40 years, and we kept saying that it is the worst drought in 40 years. Honorable Speaker, you remember when the President and the Deputy President led Kenyans in a prayer meeting at Nyayo Stadium. People made fun of it. But as I say, we can tell you the power of prayers, because after those prayers, Honorable Speaker, and prayers by many Kenyans, we have experienced rains in this country, and we want to pray, Honorable Speaker, even as we meet tomorrow morning to pray, that we not only reconcile ourselves to our God and our Maker, but also we reconcile amongst ourselves as political leaders, even as we seek to reconcile Kenyans. And how I pray that these prayers will also soften our hearts, that those who continue to incite Kenyans, those who continue to misinform and disinform Kenyans, even on the questions of the finance bill, will now reconcile themselves with their conscience and come and debate the issues touching on finance bill on the floor of this House, because this is where to engage on matters that touch on the lives and matters that are of concern to the people who have sent us here to represent them. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I take opportunity to invite all of you, including my good friend, the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, my good friend, the Honorable Raila Odinga, our former Prime Minister, to the prayer breakfast. And should they not be there, we shall pray for them. And I want to encourage Kenyans and all of us to pray for each other. Just like every day I pray for the former Prime Minister and my good friend, the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, every day I do, and I'll continue to pray for them, Honorable Speaker. Just as I pray for my President and my Deputy President, I pray for our leaders. As I also pray, this is why, Honorable Speaker, you see the Honorable Junet. I have been praying for the Honorable Junet to show up again in Parliament, and I am happy he's here today, Honorable Speaker. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I invite all of you to join us in the prayer breakfast tomorrow.
Honorable members, I honestly don't want to escalate debate. Junet, because of your prolonged absence in the House, I'll give you 2 minutes. After you,
thank you.
Order. After you, I'll give the chair of the prayer breakfast committee, the co-chair. One of the co-chairs is in the Senate, and from this House is Chepkonga. Then I'll put the question. Buddy, you want to say something? Junet?
Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
2 minutes.
I stand to support the motion, Mr. Speaker, that we suspend the sitting of tomorrow morning so that we can have the prayer breakfast. Mr. Speaker, we have been having this prayer breakfast now for quite some time when I've been in this parliament. It is very important, Mr. Speaker, that people come together, pray together, reconcile together, so that the country can move forward. But, Mr. Speaker, this prayer also is a very expensive one. It's not the ordinary prayer, Mr. Speaker. The kind of food they serve there, Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether it comes through prayers also, because it's not a small thing, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how we can get feedback whether God has accepted that prayer. It's what I've been looking for the last 5 years, Mr. Speaker. But having said, Mr. Speaker, I have heard the majority leader, he said he has prayed for me so that I can come back. Mr. Speaker, one prayer that I know has not been accepted is that one. Because he just called me, he never prayed. He told me, but there's some business in the house, business, come back to the house, we discuss. That's not a prayer, Mr. Speaker. And I know, even from his physical appearance, Mr. Speaker, he cannot qualify to pray for anyone. You know the way he appears, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, lastly, I want to say that let us not also overuse prayers. Sometimes we might burden God with small things because he has given you brain to do it. But if you continue praying on everything, Mr. Speaker, and you are a doctor, you can treat someone like Dr. Pokosi, Mr. Speaker, but you are telling me go and pray so that you get healed. That one I will not accept, Mr. Speaker. So let us, tusisumbue Mungu pia sana, let us pray for important things that we need help from God. Thank you very much.
Honorable Junet, God has never complained about it.
I know.
Buddy, 2 minutes, then Chepkonga will close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to support this motion, although I want to announce early that I will not attend for my good reasons. I have very good reasons for not attending. I've shared with Honorable Chepkonga. I still want him to do a lot more to convince me to attend this prayer breakfast. Mr. Speaker, I hope the caliber of the preachers will be carefully chosen so that we don't end up with preachers who, after we leave Safari Park, then you see them involved in Shakahola kind of case. That would be a big shame for to this house. Let it happen to other places like the executive, but not this house inviting people with questionable characters to pray for us. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to remind Honorable Chungwa that he doesn't own God. God belongs to all of us. And by the way, he doesn't go to church quite often. I know him. I want to lecture him that God sometimes, when he finds that you are so tough-headed, he gives you very bad leaders so that you learn. You get to know that leaders can force you to pay all the money that you earn in form of taxes. Those are the kind of leaders God can give you if you become tough-headed. And I think Kenyans should now start learning that God can answer prayers by giving you very bad leaders. And you can see it, the kind of arrogance that comes from majority leader, and the kind of arrogance that comes from other officers. I know, Mr. Speaker, if I mention those officers, and you know them, you will ask me that they are not here to defend themselves. But the majority leader is here. This kind of arrogance, finance bills, Mr. Speaker.
I have no way of knowing what is on your mind.
So I can go ahead. But Mr. Speaker,
and sit down.
Mr. Speaker, Joe Biden, the president of the most...
Your time is up. Chepkonga, before you conclude, let me give Faith Kitau 1 minute, Faith.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance. Indeed, we have come this far, not because of what we have done, but because of what God has done for us. And therefore, this prayer breakfast tomorrow is quite very important. First and foremost, what we are going to do is to thank God for fighting each battle for each one of us. It wasn't easy even for us to be back here in Parliament, but God did it. And even as Kenya as a whole, we want to thank God that today we are seated here with Jeanette, who has been far away from us for a long, long time. And I want to support our majority leader here. It is because of the prayers that we've been offering that God brought you today. So we welcome all of you to our prayer breakfast tomorrow. Thank you.
Tomorrow. Thank you, Faith. Chepkonga, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to thank you on behalf of the Committee of the National Prayer Breakfast for agreeing, Mr. Speaker, to suspend the House tomorrow so that all members can attend prayers. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the Bible reads in 1 Thessalonians 5, chapter 5, verse 16, it says, "Rejoice always, pray without ceasing, give thanks in all circumstances, for this is the will of God in Christ Jesus." So, Mr. Speaker, it is the will of God that we must pray. So it is an opportunity for all of us as leaders to pray. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, this National Prayer Breakfast is organized by Parliament. It's organized by Parliament, Mr. Speaker, and all members of Parliament are invited. Everybody has been given a card to attend tomorrow. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, we have a slot for the very popular choir, the parliamentary choir, Mr. Speaker, where everybody sings. And Mr. Speaker, we expect to see every member tomorrow participating in singing to the Lord and praising the Lord. So I expect to see the minority leader and the majority leader leading that choir, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I associate myself with the many remarks that have been made. And I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, you know God is not annoyed with people who make hilarious comments. God is also a joyful God. You know, He loves people who are hilarious. We are not sad people. This is an occasion to be happy, Mr. Speaker. So the honorable Badi, my very good friend, Mr. Speaker, whatever that he has just said, God is comfortable with it, Mr. Speaker. God is not annoyed with him. So welcome tomorrow to the National.
The Bible says you'll go to heaven with the trumpets and singing. Honorable members, I now put the question that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 28.4, calendar of the Assembly, this House resolved to suspend the morning sitting of Wednesday, 7th June 2023 at 9:30 a.m. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, before we go to the next order, allow me to acknowledge the presence of the following schools in the public gallery: Ithanga Secondary School from Gatanga, Muranga; Kaiteneni Secondary School, Masinga, Machakos; Good Testimony Junior School, Embakasi East, Nairobi; Kerugoya Boys, Kirinyaga. And honorable members, in the Speaker's Gallery, we have Kagumo Girls from Kirinyaga Central, Kirinyaga. And we have Migwani Boys, Mwingi West, Kitui. Honorable CNN tells me that that's his old school, and he has asked me to give him a minute to welcome the school. 1 minute. And on behalf of all your colleagues, you can welcome your school and the rest of the schools.
So, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Let me take this time to welcome my former secondary school students in this parliament, and I'm proud to have interacted with them. I wish them safe journey back home and let them work hard. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And others who are here, you can see we are expecting you to be in this chamber in the future. go and work very hard so that you can come back like us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On behalf of the House and on my own behalf, I welcome all the schools to the House of Parliament and urge you to feel at home and learn from what you see here. Next order.
Order number 9, the Regional Development Authorities Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to consolidate the laws relating to regional development, to provide for establishment, powers and functions of regional development bodies, and for connected purposes. Order number 10, the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the management and regulation of conflict of interest and for connected purposes. Order number 11, the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Public Finance Management Act and for connected purposes. Order number 12, the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the coordination of the public institutions in the control of food and feed safety, to establish the Office of the Food Safety Controller, to provide for the role of county governments in food and feed safety and for connected purposes. Order number 13, the Privatization Bill, National Assembly Bill number 22 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for regulatory framework for the privatization of public entities, to establish the privatization authority and for connected purposes. Order number 14, the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the additional allocations to county governments for the 2023-2024 financial year, the responsibilities of national government and county governments pursuant to such allocation and for connected purposes. Order number 15, motion. Consideration of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for 26 constituencies. Resumption of debate.
Order, honorable members, before we resume the debate, Honorable Wanjiku Muya has a short statement to make. Go ahead, Wanjiku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, as you are aware that Kenya is a member of East Africa.
Order, honorable members who are caucusing, the Kamkunji on my right.
And honorable members, this is very important. Yes. The Committee of Experts on the Constitutional Amendment for Political Confederation is ongoing here in Kenya and East Africa, and Parliament is expected to give your views. As such, the Office of the Clerk has mandated the Committee of Regional Integration to write a memoranda and give the views to this constitutional amendment. In that case, honorable members, we are inviting your views either through our committee or through the clerk's office so that we can enrich this constitutional amendment. For clarification, the East African is built on 4 pillars: custom union, common market, monetary union, and eventually political federation. The summit, which is the highest level of governance in East Africa, gave a directive that we have political confederation as a transition before we engage to full-fledged political federation. And in that case, the confederation requires a constitution to guide the community, and so it is so critical to have your views. Any person, any member of goodwill, we welcome you through the office of the clerk or the committee, particularly the lawyers in this house. Give us your views so that we take to Arusha a very enriched memoranda which will be considered in this constitutional amendment. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Wanjiku Muya, my record shows that on this motion, on consideration of reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of NGCDF, the Honorable Jen Kihara was on the floor and had a balance of 6 minutes. Is Jen Kihara in the house? If Jen Kihara isn't, the next will be Phyllis Bartow. I see you are top on the list. Or you are among those who just keyed in case you get a chance on any issue.
Mr. Speaker,
you are not ready for this?
No, I had been given an opportunity to present my views.
Already?
Yeah.
You are top on the, then disengage from the equipment. John Kawanjiku. It appears Kawanjiku is ill prepared for this. Then disengage. Wilberforce Oundo. Had you keyed in to speak on this? Honourable members, this system of ours, before Oundo speaks, I have asked the House Business Committee that they may have to design a better system of electronic queuing to speak, so that at the end of every order, we wipe the screen and then you key in order of your interest. Because there are some of you come in at 1:30, 2 o'clock, block the screen and walk away, or block the screen and you are not ready to speak. Oundo, you are ready for this?
Okay, I'm not so sure.
Oundo, yes?
I need to check.
Honorable Oundo, unfortunately, you have already spoken on this.
Yeah, that's
motion.
what I was thinking. My memory doesn't serve me wrong.
Yes.
Yes.
Samuel Atandi. Have you keyed in to speak on this? No.
Honorable Speaker, I don't want to talk on this one.
Peter Kihungi.
Yeah.
No. Donya Doris. No. Clear yourselves from the screen. Gertrude Mbeyu. Don't see her. Kibet Komingoi. Geoffrey Ruku. Geoffrey Mulanya. Amazing. Zamzam. Zamzam Chimba. Not. Peter Orero of Kibra. Is not here. Robert Bukose. Give the floor to Honorable Bukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to this report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on financial report, auditor's report for the financial years 2013-2014, 2014-2015, 2015-2016 for the counties of Mombasa, Kwale, Kilifi, Tana River, Taita Taveta, Lamu, about 26 constituencies. Honorable Speaker, on the report of these constituencies, which have been funded by NGCDF, there were many issues that I think it's very important, especially for the honorable members to understand. More often, you find that you have reports indicating that maybe a certain constituency is not doing well. It is not the member who is responsible for the day-to-day NGCDF financial runnings. And it is very wrong at times to blame the honorable members on some of those mismanagement in as far as constituencies are concerned. When you look at this auditor's report, the accounting officer for those constituencies are the constituency funds managers. And it's very important that every member, whenever the financial reports are tabled by the Auditor General, that the honorable members are able to look at it. And what we observed in many of these reports is that there were delays in as far as release of the funds to the constituencies. And this has tracked on up to today. Because as we speak today, Honorable Speaker, many constituencies have received less, almost all the constituencies have received less than a half of what they deserve. And Honorable Mbui raised an issue in the, when you gave your statement about reports from the head of state. And I think it is important that honorable members receive their share allocation of the CDF funds so that those projects which we had committed to do them, we are able to do it within the specified period. When you look at some of the reports in the CDF in those various constituencies, we looked at a report in Kangse. In the report from Kangse, you find that there is duplication of projects. A project which was funded by CDF has also been funded by the Equalization Fund, where you find that a dam, which was supposed to have been done by CDF, has also been allocated money from Equalization Fund. Then you wonder, how did the Equalization Fund, what is it that was done by Equalization Fund, and what is it that was done by the NGCDF? So that issue of co-funding, I think, is a big major issue that should be looked into. We also were able to look at some of the reports in some constituencies which were not able because of, you look at a constituency which is not able to expand because in some of the constituencies like Mfita, when you look at its report, Mfita is already exhausted. There are no new schools which are being built. The NGCDF is now building walls and other amenities, swimming pool, walls, doing electricity and other things. While in another constituency, there is even no funds to construct a classroom. Students are reading they are reading in a tree. One classroom is even not complete. So these are issues that there is a lot of disparities. And when we came back in the last parliament, there are some things that were done in say, making that CDF be done on ward levels. Yet some of the wards have a higher population than, even if you have 6 wards and somebody else has 3 wards, the population numbers within those wards are not the same. And therefore, you find that people end up with disparities in terms of even disbursement of bursaries and other services. So, Honorable Speaker, CDF or NGCDF has done tremendous things within these 26 constituencies in the coastal region that you are able to see, that you are able to feel. And therefore, I think we should be able to continue doing more audit reports, looking at what CDF has done, and really appreciating the services that the Wananchi are getting through CDF. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to support the report of the committee.
Order, honorable members. Order. The chair for the Finance Committee is now in the House. Allow me to interrupt the debate and allow him to table his report and give notice of motion. Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House. Today, Tuesday, the 6th of June, 2023, the report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its vetting of a nominee for appointment as Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya.
Thank you. Go ahead and give the notice of motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give the following motion. I beg to give notice of the following motion: that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, in its report on the vetting of a nominee for the appointment as a Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, laid on the table of the House this Tuesday, the 6th of June, 2023, and pursuant to Section 13(1) of the Central Bank of Kenya Act, Cap 491, and Section 8(1) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act of 2011, that this House approves the appointment of Dr. Kamau Thuge, CBS, as the Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kimani. Kawanjiku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I take this opportunity first to appreciate you for giving me this opportunity so that I can be able to contribute towards this motion of great importance to our constituents and to our people within the constituency. Mr. Speaker, it is true that the Auditor General has done his part, but we need to appreciate the work that is being done by the Auditor General to make sure that there is transparency and accountability in terms of these funds, so that every time that even if the work of the Member of Parliament is not to oversee the whole kitty of the CDF, but he has a very important role of making sure that he patronages the whole issue of the CDM, Mr. Speaker. And we have seen quite a number of development in terms of infrastructure and work being done by this fund, Mr. Speaker. We have seen also serious development in terms of school infrastructure, making sure that we have modern schools and modern classrooms, whereby we are able to accommodate quite a number of students who are schooling within our constituency, increasing the number of uptake from public primary school to public secondary school, and making sure that there is 100% transition from our primary school to our secondary school, Mr. Speaker. This work cannot be done without the CDF fund. Among the many funds that we have within our republic, one of the funds that has been well utilized, Mr. Speaker, is the NGCDF fund that is oversighted by the Member of Parliament from this country, Mr. Speaker. Also, we have seen serious development, Mr. Speaker, in terms of renovations, in terms of making sure that we have given our students enough infrastructure to make sure they are comfortable even when they are schooling and even when they are doing their studies within our public primary school, Mr. Speaker. The issue of the CDF also deals with in terms of security, making sure that, Mr. Speaker, we have enough police posts, we have enough police stations. We are looking into issues to do with those developments so that also we can be able to house our police officers and our policemen and our policewomen within our constituency so that we can enhance the security system within the constituency, Mr. Speaker. The bursary also has been a very, very big issue within our republic and within our constituency. And I dare say, Mr. Speaker, I think we also need to look at, in terms of fairness, how we distribute these bursaries, Mr. Speaker, in our constituency. Sometimes we realize that we have so many members. For example, in my constituency, Keba constituency, I have 120,000 voters, Mr. Speaker. And you realize the amount of money that we get for bursaries is not enough to make sure that there is equal distribution of this bursary. Sometimes we tend to let some students go without the bursaries, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we will recommend, and with time, we are going to bring to the floor of this House an amendment to this NGCDF Act so that we can be able to separate between the bursary and the infrastructure development of the CDF, Mr. Speaker, whereby we will make sure that any student within the Republic of Kenya can get an equal share of the bursary, whether you are in Kiambaa or whether you are in Uasin Gishu, whether you are in Wajir, the amount of bursary that each and every student gets allocated to him from the Constituency Development Fund, we make sure that all over the Republic is the equal amount of money that all the students are able to receive within the Republic, Mr. Speaker. And I therefore say that will bring this amendment and make sure that we support the bursary, make sure that we support the NGCDF so that we can separate the bursary and the infrastructure. And we make sure that even the board itself has been able to audit and to make sure that all the students within the Republic of Kenya are able to get same allocation of bursary wherever they are, so that we can make sure that there is fairness and there is equity in terms of how this NCDF is distributed. Some of us in our population, Mr. Speaker, we have a constituency like Ruiru. We have a constituency whereby you have more than 2,200 voters, Mr. Speaker. But the same amount of money you receive for the CDF from a constituency that has 25,000 voters is the same amount the person who has 120 or 250,000 voters is receiving, Mr. Speaker. And therefore it becomes very difficult in terms of how do you distribute these resources to all those members of your society. We had an incident whereby when people were coming to pick for bursaries form, we even lost a parent, Mr. Speaker, because it was on first come, first served, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, we support the transparency and the accountability and whatever the Auditor General is doing, but we also make sure that there is equal distribution in terms of the resources, in terms of how much money we receive as a member, as a NGCDF, wherever we are, whatever the constituency, so that we can make sure that, Mr. Speaker, there is that equity and fairness in terms of the distribution. Therefore, the work the NGCDF is doing is amazing. You go to our constituencies, you'll see the boards all over that there is presence of the CDF or the money of the CDF wherever we are within our constituency. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I like to support. Thank you.
Kawanjiku, Owen Bayer.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this motion that discusses the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for 26 constituencies that are basically at the coast region for the period 2013 to 2016. Honorable Speaker, one of the things that I need to note is this is for the 11th Parliament. This report covers the 11th Parliament, and actually they are late. I just hope that the committee in charge of CDF now will be able to give us reports on time. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, I happen to have participated on this report when my friend Dr. Pokose came visiting at the coast to oversee, or to, when they were doing the audit, they were following on the audit queries. And I went around with Dr. Pokose. and I saw the kind of projects that were done and the issues that were raised. Honorable Speaker, it is important to note that CDF has significantly contributed to the development of this country, and more so at the cost where this report, which this report talks about. Honorable Speaker, constituencies that for many years had not been developed have seen development because CDF is there. One of them is the Ganze constituency, which this report reports on. We have seen some level of development there because CDF has been there. The many constituencies in the coast and the coast region generally, if you look at government investment in these constituencies, you'll actually see that it is investment through CDF. And we want to commend the government, and we want to commend the NG-CDF board for the good work. Mr. Speaker, it is also worth noting, although many court cases have been, people have gone to court to challenge CDF, but there's one thing that we can never escape from, that CDF has helped communities in terms of bursaries, Mr. Speaker, in terms of development of schools, in terms of development of police stations, in terms of development of environment and youth. Today, a youth in a remote area in Ganze or in Kilifi North can have a football, can wear a football jersey, because NG-CDF has provided those facilities. Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that the usage of CDF is the matter of this report, how prudent the resources have been used. There are times when we worked with Honorable Pokose and we saw the shame on how members actually implemented CDF projects, where you are told that a school should have been built here, but you go there, there is no school. So I want to ask NG-CDF to actually strengthen the audit component so that as NG-CDF committees are given money, there is good audit to ensure that the resources are used very well. We have seen, Honorable Speaker, I will tell you, I'll tell this House that my constituency has benefited immensely from CDF. And under my stewardship of CDF, I think we have done a commendable job. We have developed schools. We have developed very good infrastructure for schools, for chiefs, secure for police stations, you know, things that can be seen tangible in terms of development. What I would like to say is to ask governors that are given resources, actually more resources, that through county governments we would like to see more development. But I want to say that, lastly, I want to say that NG-CDF has seen families that would not have taken their children to school. Now those children are in school and are retained in school and are able to finish up to Form 4 and are able to actually come home and say, I have qualified, I have a qualification. Kids who have gone to university because of NG-CDF. So I would like to ask those litigants, those perpetual litigants who are always running from one courtroom to the other to try to stop CDF, that they need to stop these shenanigans and allow Kenyans to experience the magic of NG-CDF. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Baya. Sarah Korere.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I also want to add my voice to these audited reports of the CDF. And I want to take a particular concern, Mr. Speaker, on how these reports sometimes are released to the public, even without this House having a look at it. And Honorable Speaker, sometimes when some things are not verified, and you see a very big column in the newspaper that MPs are stealing from the CDF. And Honorable Speaker, I want to believe there is no sane MP who can steal from the CDF. And Honorable Speaker, as Honorable Bias mentioned, some of the constituencies that have been marginalized over the years have really benefited a great deal from CDF. And Honorable Speaker, I hope even in future or very soon, this House will revise the amount allocated to NG-CDF. Because when you come to some of our constituencies, the only trace of development you can see is what NGCDF has done. And NGCDF is a very classical example of what devolution can do, of what devolved funds can do. So, Honorable Speaker, we really wish to reiterate that even as members are grappling this year without the release of NGCDF, I think we should even add more monies to this NGCDF. Mr. Speaker, you know marginalization is real in this country. And when you come to some of our constituencies and some of the places we come from, marginalization has even been devolved. And that is why you hear the likes of Kuria asking for their own county. Even like Laikipia North would want to have our own county. But Honorable Speaker, there is no single constituency in this country that is not benefiting from the NGCDF funds. So, Mr. Speaker, I would really want to add my voice and say we would wish to add the percentage that is being devolved to NGCDF, and I urge my colleagues to be very, very diligent on how to use that NGCDF to make sure that places like Tiati will get more schools, more children go to school, so that we don't manufacture bandits year in, year out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Didymus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I want to say that when you go through these reports by the Auditor General, you cannot doubt every single wording that has been put there, Mr. Speaker. And even as we all agree that NGCDF has done a very good job across this country, some of the audit queries raised, they touches on the competency of the accounting officers who actually fund account managers, Honorable Speaker. And it is very important that when the board recruits fund managers, they should be able to get very competent fund managers, because when these reports comes out and they have got very flimsy audit queries, people think that the member of parliament is to blame for all those audit queries. Yet our role is clearly stated in the law, Honorable Speaker, is to provide oversight. So as a house, we should not, and even I want to challenge the NGCDF committee, that they should also be keen to ensure that any fund manager whose accounts has been audited and that they are very flimsy audit queries raised, such people, they should be put to account, they should be trained further, so that we don't allow the very flimsy audit queries to dent the reputation of the very good impacts that NGCDF is doing. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, we are almost moving to the, we are almost at the tail end of the financial year. We kindly urge Treasury to release the pending money for NGCDF so that even new members of parliament can begin to rubber stamp their entry into political leadership by at least launching projects within their constituency, because as we speak today, Honorable Speaker, there is nothing they can write home about, and we hope that our economy will quick to improve so that the money can keep flowing and we can continue paying our bursaries for our children, continue building and improving our educational infrastructure for our various schools across this country. And as I finish, Honorable Speaker, I wish that even county governments, they should borrow a live on how NGCDF is managed, so that we also don't want to hear of situations where we have pending bills, projects that were abandoned by some previous people, projects that are initiated and they have no impact to the people. With these very few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I wish to support this motion.
Karoli Omondi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I write to add my voice, though you've surprised me a little. I thought it would take a longer time, so I'd not crystallized my thoughts.
You are nearly on the top of my
yes,
screen.
But I think the work that we do with the NGCDF is quite clear, can be seen everywhere. But so far we've had some difficulties implementing most of the projects because of the economic situation of the country. I would just like to add my voice and urge that whatever can be done as soon as possible so that we get all the funding and initiate or commence all the projects we had for this financial year, the better for everybody. I hope it will be done soon so that it doesn't become an obstacle to the business that lies ahead of us, that we all understand how important it is. In fact, I hope it is being prioritized wherever the decision makers are so that the funds would be released as soon as possible to the various constituencies. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Agnes Pareyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the report, to the auditor's report on NGCDF. And NGCDF is a fund that is really helping in our constituencies. Most of the work that is done in our constituencies are by using these funds from NGCDF. If it were not for these funds, some of our children could be studying under a tree. But because of the NGCDF, they are now able to have classrooms, and our people are benefiting from bursaries. And that's why I stand to support and say that NGCDF is a fund that is being seen in all our constituencies. And through you, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Treasury to release these funds because we have not been able to make use of these funds. And in the report, I think some of the comments that are in the report are not from the members of parliament. And therefore, we need to have competent officers that can be able to manage these funds and do the reports at the right times and do the right things. Because we have officers who are not competent, who come to our constituencies, and sometimes they don't even know what they are doing. So I think it is important for the management to make sure that the officers that we have in our constituencies know what they are doing and are able to account for this money the way it's supposed to be done. So I stand to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Agnes. Before I give the next, I want to allow the chair of the Committee of Budget and Appropriations to table your report and give your notice of motion. I had stayed your order on your request. Are you ready? There you are.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House, Tuesday, 6th June 2023. Report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the estimates of revenue and expenditure for financial year 2023-2024 and the medium term, including a compendium of departmental committee reports on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead and give notice of motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on budget estimates for the national government, the judiciary, and parliament for the financial year 2023-2024, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 6th June 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 221 of the Constitution, Section 39 of Public Finance Management Act 2012, and Standing Order 239. A, approves the issuance of sum Kenya shillings 2,308,410,974,957 shillings from the Consolidated Fund to meet the expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule, subject to paragraph C, Committee of Supply. B, make the non-financial resolutions as contained in the report. C, makes financial resolution as contained in the second schedule. And D, orders that the Speaker do now leave the chair to facilitate the consideration of the said budget estimates with respect to each vote and program in the Committee of Supply as contemplated under Standing Order 240, bracket, consideration of the estimates in the Committee of Supply. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. You can proceed and lay your documents. Now I'll give the floor to Lillian Sioi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance. I would also wish to put my input. I would like to say that we need to check on the procurement process, because this is one part that has really affected the NGCDF programs, because it takes time at times to identify the merchant or the contractor, and by the time the work is being awarded to this person, probably takes too long until the project overstays. And as my fellow MP said earlier, you realize that when the project takes too long, at times it might be taken over by another program. So this is one thing that we need to check on. And secondly, I also want to say that this fund has been of great help to the community. But there is one aspect that we've not been taking into consideration, because mostly we go by the number of the electorates in that region. But actually we also need to check on the level of poverty, because when it comes to infrastructure, there are areas that are more developed than others, which makes other MPs look like they're not working, because you realize that most of your parents in those schools are very poor, and the school is depending fully on NGCDF. But other schools, the parents, during their AGM, they sit down and at times they collect good amount of money and also contribute towards putting up some infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. So I would wish to say that when we are allocating, especially when it comes to bursary money, we need to allocate based on the level of poverty of an area, because these are the students that are really needy, and they need more of bursary than just some allocation for the bursary. Because at times we give them money for the bursary. For example, you might give each student 5,000, and the school fees is around 40,000. Towards end of the term, that child has been returned home because the parent is not able to raise the balance. And to me, it's like we are not even helping those ones who are purely poor and cannot afford this amount of money. So we need to do some amendments and ensure that those schools that are highly poor are given more money than other schools that are better placed. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Sioi. Catherine Omanyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really looked into the report as well, and any areas that have audit queries, I think it's just a shame, because if there is anything that has left an impact in our regions in Kenya, it is through the NGCDF. Most of the members of parliament have improved socio-economical ways of our people through this fund, and all the people who were maybe hopeless in their lives, through this fund, they can now actually count a blessing because they could see that they can chase their dreams through bursaries. And most of the buildings that look better or in a standard way have been built by this fund. And that is why I was looking at the report and I'm like, if everybody here, like if we really want Kenya to be equal through this fund, this is one that can make regionally Kenyans to be equal. If you go to Coast or come to Western, you'll find that if it is schools, all the children across the country are being treated the same through the resources that this fund has been enabling the teachers to get, and equipment or buildings that come up. It makes a poor child or a rich child not to be detected easily because of such. So also poverty has been reduced because there are MPs who have built schools in a modern way in a very remote area that you wouldn't even expect a story building in such an area where even Google Map cannot direct you to. So I think we should up our game as the legislatures by making sure that we implement or use this fund appropriately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, allow me to recognize the following schools. In the public gallery, Kirenga Girls from Lari, Kiambu, Holy Trinity Girls, Kapenguria, West Pokot, Karangare High School, Mbere North, Embu. In the Speaker's Gallery, St. Anne's Kiboko Girls, Kibwesi West, Makueni, Kerugoya Boys High School, Kirinyaga Central, Kirinyaga. On your behalf and on my own behalf, yes, on your behalf and on my own behalf, I want to welcome the students and their teachers to the House of Parliament. Yes, Ruku. If you want to comment on the students, 1 minute.
Students.
Yes, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Debate.
I thank you for this opportunity to welcome the students of Karangare Secondary Schools and all the students who are in gallery from different schools for them coming to visit this very distinguished National Assembly. We want to encourage them to work hard so that they can be the leaders of tomorrow of this country, and they have a huge responsibility, and to assure them that the government of the day is very much committed in investing in education so that they can have a bright future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Innocent Mugabe.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I would want also to contribute to the report that has been tabled on the audit of CDF funds. One thing I would like to say is that as members, we should really appreciate and take the audit issues seriously because it is through these audit checks that we'll be able to realize areas of improvement. It is through these audit checks that we'll be able to know best practices that have been used in other places and that can be replicated in other areas. And I would like also to challenge, especially the NGCDF board, that after such reports, we need to have forums to share so that members can also learn on innovative ideas and methodologies that are used in certain areas to get best results. So audit checks are very important, and they should not be used for witch hunt, but should be used to help improve on our ways of delivering to the people. On this same matter of NGCDF, Honorable Speaker, we've seen a lot of people have talked about a very positive issues or very positive aspects on this NGCDF fund. Madam Speaker, these funds have clearly displayed that it is one of the best systems or structures in implementing projects at the grassroots level. And it has shown, or we've witnessed, that is actually working. And if something is working and is good and is working for the better of the people of this country, the only best thing to do on it is to improve it. And we've had a number of suggestions on how to improve this particular fund because its effect is felt at the very grassroots level. And on that, I also want to add my voice in it, that this is one of the funds that should be expanded. We need to increase the percentage of funds that goes to NGCDF because it has been proved beyond any reasonable doubt that actually these funds work and these funds work for the people. When you compare NGCDF projects with even national government projects or county government projects, you will find that there's a lot of efficacy on implementation of NGCDF projects compared to others. There is better utilization of public funds through NGCDF as compared to others. So, Madam Speaker, I want to add my voice that this is one fund that should be enhanced. This is one fund that we need to use the system and the structure that is there, capacity build the board, capacity build the fund managers, and help to devolve most of these funds, most of the government funds or government projects through NGCDF. On another level, if we do this right, through this system and structures of constituency level, we'll find that members of parliament will have a lot of autonomy in terms of decision making, in terms of representing their people, because they will have proper distribution of development across the country. We will not need to be coerced to make sometimes unpopular decisions in order to get development projects because we already have those projects at the grassroots. And we will have now proper representation of our people. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I beg to support. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Mombasa County, Honorable Zamzam Chimba.
Asante sana, Madam Speaker. Naomba niweze kuunga mkono mjadala huu wa leo na niweze kusema NGCDF ni kwa kweli imesaidia wananchi wetu hasa kwenye kujengewa mashule, kuangaliwa barabara za ndani na mambo mengi sana. Na mimi ningependa kusema hivi. Pengine leo tuzungumzia NGCDF peke yake, lakini Madam Speaker, wewe ukiwa pale kwenye kiti uko kwenye ngafu na pia tuweze kusukuma na mambo yetu pia ya ngafu. Mgao huu wa CDF umeweza kusaidia sehemu kubwa sana, na kile ambacho naweza kusema ni kuwa nimezunguka hasa katika kaunti yangu ya Mombasa, na ningependa kusema pengine wana upungufu mahali, manake utapata hata hizi skuli wamejenga na kuna zingine hazina hata zile perimeter wall. Kwa hiyo mimi ningependa kusema hivi, msaada umetokea mkubwa sana katika NGCDF, lakini waweze kuangalia ule mkono kama waweza ukavuka kidogo ili waweze kusaidika zaidi. Hata kama mtu anajenga skuli, basi aweke na ile perimeter wall. Kwa mfano nimekuwa katika Jomvu High School, Jomvu Secondary, na ni skuli kubwa, lakini wale ni watoto wa kike pale hawana hata ile fence, perimeter wall hakuna, na ni boarding school. Kwa hiyo mimi napenda kusema hivi, pengine na nilivyokuwa pale mwalimu mkuu aliniambia kuwa kulikuwa na lalama kuwa pesa hazikuweza kutosha, zimetosha kidogo kidogo ya kujenga zile dormitories na skuli kidogo, laboratory pia wanahitaji zingine, na wamelia sana kuwa wao wako katika hali hatari ya kuweza kuingiliwa wakati wowote. Kwa hiyo mimi na support mjadala huu, ila nasema hawa wabunge nao pia waongezewe. Na sisi kina mama wangafu pia, manake huwa ikitajwa NGCDF wabunge mimi na waombeni, Sisi tukiwapigia upato hapa, na nyinyi pia muangalie kina mama wa kaunti 47 kuwa pia mgao wetu unakuja kwa wakati. Manake mpaka sasa na sisi hatujapata mgao na hali ziko tata kule mashinani. Kuna mambo ambayo tunataka kufanya kama kina mama wa kaunti 47, lakini mgao haujakuja licha ya kuwa mgao wenyewe ni mdogo sana. Kwa hiyo na support mjadala huu. Asante sana, Madam Speaker.
Member for Gilgil, Honorable Martha Wangari.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise to support this report and agree with members that NGCDF is one of the models that actually is held not only in the country, but across the globe and the continent, Madam Speaker. Just recently, we were hosting the Zambia delegation led by the Speaker, Madam Speaker, and the one thing that they were keen to learn and implement in their country was that they wanted to ensure they have a model like CDF, and they are trying to craft that law guided by the NGCDF Act because it is a trailblazer in this area, Madam Speaker. I want to join my colleagues to note that the issues that are seen in the constituencies and in the counties, Madam Speaker, it is mostly NGCDF work that is even more visible than what is even being done by the counties, Madam Speaker. If you compare the over 380 billion that goes to the counties, the output it gets, and the just below 50 billion that goes to the 290 constituencies and the work it has done, Madam Speaker, you will see that this fund is actually what is needed in the grassroots and in our constituencies, Madam Speaker. I want to note, Madam Speaker, like for the new constituencies, like Gilgil, which was a part of Naivasha a while back, Madam Speaker, we never used to see the development and the growth we are able to see today. Right now, that constituency can boast of a technical training institute, courtesy of CDF, can boast of many schools being centers of excellence, many students being educated through the bursaries, many chiefs, many police officers being housed because of the CDF. So, Madam Speaker, the issue and the need for CDF cannot be gainsaid, Madam Speaker. But I also want to note that we also have to be very keen from the recruitment of all the accounting officers. We also have to be keen in the recruitment of the audit officers, Madam Speaker, so that it does not become witch hunt. Because we will see a fund manager dealing with internal auditors this week, next week they have external auditors, the other week they have Kenao. So we also must be brave enough to root out the corrupt audit officers in that system, Madam Speaker, so that it is not used as a witch hunt for members of parliament. It is not used as a political tool to actually embarrass any county, but to get output and to get that streamlined, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to end it there and say that we are pushing to get these CDF monies released, but we also must look at the law to ensure that the 5% that have been proposed can be achieved. And more importantly, Madam Speaker, we must get to a level, and this maybe the Senate or ourselves can do, Madam Speaker, to streamline the counties and the way they learn, to get a formula for the county funding that we take to the counties, so that we are able to know what percentage goes to personnel and what percentage goes to development. Because what is happening right now is that under the PFM Act, it stipulates that not more than 30% should go to, not more than 70% should go to salaries and personnel. But what is really happening is that many counties are not able to allocate even 30% of the money to development, Madam Speaker. We must get to a point where we will put a certain percentage to go to health, a certain percentage to go to roads, a certain percentage to go to water, and cover all the devolved functions the same way we do with the CDF, so that we know how much goes to sports, how much goes to education, how much goes to security. That is all stipulated, Madam Speaker. So I hope the counties can be able to borrow a leaf from how CDF is done. But Madam Speaker, with that, I wish to support, and allow me to also agree with the Speaker that as we improve this chamber, and I want to thank the clerk, because I think when we were during the recess, we find it's looking even better. And there's some very nice wordings at the door. It's very good work. And I hope we can be able to improve the signing in and the card system, as the Speaker says, so that we are able to follow and we avoid the issue of members putting a card, leaving and not talking to an issue, so that we are able to separate the two, as the Speaker has guided. So I thank you, and I thank you for the opportunity, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The Honorable Ken Chonga, member for Kilifi South.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, CDF is historical. It has its own history as to why it's there. The successive governments sat down and realized the need to come up with this fund. To be very honest, if we talk about how we have been able to bridge development enclaves in constituencies, or rather in regions of the country, I think that is where CDF has excelled most. Everybody is aware of how many people have had it so difficult to go to school prior to CDF was introduced. And also, there are those who have been celebrating since CDF was introduced. Indeed, as much as there have been complaints here and there, that there has been some mismanagement, or rather the fund needs to be well structured enough, there's so much that has been gained out of it. We have so many kids today who can afford a smile because of CDF. We have those who have graduated to different levels because of CDF. It is the only fund, actually, if I should concur with my fellow member Wangari, that can be visible on the ground. Madam Speaker, to some extent, some of the members have had to break the law a bit, but to fix areas which are not supposed to be CDF, or actually where the main national government could fix, just to make sure that people can be able to be safe and enjoy safe living. More often than not, CDF has been called upon to rescue issues of security, and it had excelled very well. More often than not, CDF has been called to rescue some roads which are leading to schools. Just because the road is leading to school, we find that CDF has made life easier. Otherwise, even the national government cannot access that school. And that is the reality. CDF, in so many other occasions, issues to do with the environment, we find coming in to bridge that gap. It has made the life of our people actually bearable more than when it was not. And in that respect, therefore, I stand to support the bill of CDF. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Kangema, Honorable Peter Kihungi.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I start to support the report. Madam Speaker, on issues to do with CDF, Madam Speaker, we have now, this is the only fund that is making impact across the constituency. And I think as it has been, we need to do some few amendments on the CDF. Mostly, Madam Speaker, whenever it comes to the issue of allocation of fund, mostly on bursaries. We have seen, Madam Speaker, there are constituencies which whenever funds are allocated for bursaries, you find that the students that they are supposed to allocate sometimes are few. But there are some other constituencies whereby you try to allocate the little fund, the percentage of that 5%, you try to allocate, and it's never enough. But Madam Speaker, as we speak the issue of one man, one vote, one shilling, I think one of the areas that we might have a quick fix is where the percentage of allocation of bursaries should go to by the need, whereby you can find a constituency maybe in Nairobi. A constituency in Nairobi, you find the areas to do infrastructures are limited, but the number of students that they are supposed to give bursaries are extremely a lot, many. Therefore, whenever they may be allowed to give maybe over and above that 5% according to the need, you will find the bigger chunk of constituency fund will go to bursaries. And also, you go to some constituencies which are in semi-arid areas where the land mass is big, the need for more infrastructures is more than the need for the number of students to be given bursaries. Therefore, I think the issue of percentage should go by need basis and should not operate as if it's fixed across the country, that it may be varying according to the need in every constituency. Madam Speaker, I also support the idea whereby we wish that the CDF can continually go ahead and cover the issue of polytechnics. The infrastructures of polytechnics are many across the constituencies, but the counties as it is are not able to improve on the infrastructures and also utilize the issue of polytechnics. And if maybe the county government can agree, we have made the registration that gives polytechnics to the county government, that we can be able to operate polytechnics at the constituency development fund. Madam Speaker, we will be able to use our polytechnics to introduce the issue of online jobs, whereby our young people, we can install computers as the government is planning at the polytechnics level. We train our students at the local level, and they can start working on online jobs at the polytechnic level. Therefore, it's my call that the county government, because most of them has not utilized the polytechnics, they allow that polytechnics and TVETs jointly be under the national government. Then we fund at the constituency development fund, the infrastructure for computers. Then the national government in the issue of creation of job at the online jobs, we can install the computers at the polytechnics so that we can be able to employ as many youth as possible. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I start to support the report, and I wish members we can be able to support the report and also comprehend mostly on how we can be able to utilize our CDF as best we can, and also diversify the distribution of CDF on a need basis, but not on a fixed formula. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Beatrice Kemei, member for Kericho County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had spoken to the same, but however, allow me to
the Honorable Member for Siaya County, Honorable Christine Ombaka.
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'd like also to add my voice to the report on the CDF. I think CDF is one of the funds that have been well utilized in this country. Everybody knows about CDF. Even an old woman in the village knows there is CDF, and that if she wants money for bursary, she knows where to go. So it is well known because of the good work it has done. Most members who manage these funds have put up very good structures. I've seen some on social media. Some of them have constructed story buildings, you know, schools that are story buildings in the village, and that gives a very good image of a school, and the school students begin to enjoy going to school because they are going to a very well constructed school. So I really want to appreciate the work they are doing, including police posts that they are putting up, as well as the chief's offices. I've seen that in my county. Members of parliament have done excellent work, and I want to say that the job is well done. However, I want to also say that as we talk about CDF and the success story around it, we need also to think about NGAF, money that is allocated to women representatives. The women are doing great work with the little money that they have. They don't construct schools, but they do other work that is related to schools, and sometimes they also
bring into boarding schools beds, especially where there are no beds in certain schools. I have done that myself. I'm a woman rep for Siaya County, and I've made many, many beds for boarders because they're sleeping they're sharing beds, or sometimes they sleep on the floor, and it's not looking very healthy. As we talk about CDF, never forget about NGAF, because they are sisters. They work together as a team. We work together with members of parliament, but the unfortunate thing is that our money is far too little, and we cover such a huge area. We have a whole county. I cover 6 constituencies. That is also 30 wards. It's not easy to bring development with this money when you're covering a whole county. So I would like to highlight the fact that we should never forget about women reps whose money is so little, and when it comes to this house, let's always support women reps as well and increase the money that they have so that they can do a better job and just equal to the task of CDF. Otherwise, I want to take it that all of us are great performers. We want to do the best for our counties, and all that matters to all of us, whether you're a woman rep or you're a member of parliament. You need money to bring development to your people. So let's support each other when it comes to increasing the funds for any one of them. Thank you, and I support the report.
Member for Sirisia, Honorable John Waluke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, to give me a chance also to speak on this. Madam Speaker, the work of CDF is known, and it is seen, it is visible everywhere in the country, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member, I'm told you had already spoken. Please remove your cards if you had already spoken on this point. The Honorable Member for Kiharu Didinyoro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, sorry. I rise to give my comments in regards to the report before us. And Madam Speaker, from the onset, I want to say that I am a very excited supporter of NGCDF. One, because, Madam Speaker, many times we talk about national expenditure and we talk about what the government is doing, but, Madam Speaker, at many times, the citizens of Kenya are not able to conceptualize exactly what is government, who is government. Because many times we think government is an amorphous figure somewhere seated, Madam Speaker, and especially insofar as development is concerned. CDF, NGCDF demystifies what government is insofar as projects are concerned, and especially in regards to community projects. Going around the country, Madam Speaker, anyone would see the kind of changes NGCDF has brought to our communities. Hardly would you go to any side of Kenya, to any corner of Kenya, without seeing the significance of NGCDF in regards, Madam Speaker, to projects that touch the members of our localities, and especially in the deepest, Madam Speaker, of the villages of Kenya. And therefore, Madam Speaker, we must keep on supporting NGCDF in all ways. We are already doing that through the budget. I am sure we'll be mentioning that tomorrow, insofar as enhancing NGCDF is concerned. And Madam Speaker, even structurally, I always feel that other devolved funds can borrow a lot from NGCDF. Because the way in which NGCDF is administered, Madam Speaker, it can be a very good learning book for any country, and even within our country in regards to development funds. This is a fund where out of 100 shillings allocated, 95 goes into real, tangible development projects. And Madam Speaker, when we talk about real development projects, NGCDF is not just a kitty for building infrastructure, but also of adding value to the highest resource we have in the country, which is the human resource. And that is why, Madam Speaker, comparatively, CDF across all the 290 constituencies, we are the biggest supporters of education, Madam Speaker, only number 2 from the Ministry of Education. And this goes a long way into adding value, into servicing the human capital, because it is the highest priced factor of production that we have as a country. Madam Speaker, I have been toying with the idea that because we have been there as NGCDF, and a lot has happened in terms of brick and mortar, probably we could entertain ideas of even enlarging the bracket of bursaries that you are able to offer through NGCDF, and especially from the current BAD from 25 to 35% to somewhere around 50%. And the reason why, Madam Speaker, I've been entertaining this idea, I have a program supported by NGCDF in Kiharu, which we call Kiharu Masomo Bora program, which supported by NGCDF, the parents of Kiharu who have their young ones in day schools, they pay only 1,000 per term, only 1,000 per term in terms of school fees. And those that which are interested in having remedial, they can have local arrangement with the teachers, but to a maximum of 1,000 per term. Madam Speaker, this is to enhance having as many of the people of that age in schools, but also, Madam Speaker, by making also school exciting. Because one of the things we've done even in that program is that we realized even us when we was in school, we could be kept in school more hours, not because of books, but other things that happens, and especially food. So after realizing that and knowing that we can't change that fact, we worked around it, changed even the menu, where majority of us when we was in school, we would take our staple food from Monday to the last day of the week, which is Friday. What we've done is to recalibrate the same. We have rice 3 days and the staple food, which is the 3 days. And we also provide food over Saturday, Madam Speaker, so that those learners who would want to be in school even on Saturdays have an opportunity to be in school. Madam Speaker, I don't just wish to give the scorecard, but I am giving the facts in terms of how NGCDF can be transformative. Out of 112 public primary schools in Kiharu, Madam Speaker, when we took over, and with the assistance of NGCDF, our classrooms were dilapidated. They never qualified to be called classrooms, Madam Speaker, because they were structures that looked more like museums. But Madam Speaker, through NGCDF, we have been able to transform all the 112 public primary schools, and all of them, they look like what we call like academies, and all of them are tiled, Madam Speaker, to the exclusion of none, all the 112. Madam Speaker, the reason I'm saying that this is because I believe NGCDF being a community fund, there is a lot we can do around it, and especially in how we expend that money. Community money should not be expended by big contractors from big cities. The contractors who should benefit from the funds that are community-based are actually the people around the areas that we undertake those projects. And that is what we did in Kiharu, Madam Speaker. All our projects, we involve the local community. We use the procurement methods that necessitate that all the money remains around the community. And Madam Speaker, by doing so, initially we imparted skills. Number one of fixing tiles to 150 foodies from Kiharu who have done all the tiling. And we also trained our in-house team of 150 who do all the manner of professional painting that we do. The reason I'm saying this is not basically because of Kiharu and GCDF. I'm saying this having Kiharu NGCDF as a representation of the other 290, just to show the country the level at which NGCDF can transform. Madam Speaker, because of the nature of this fund, we have had many other countries coming to Kenya. Just recently, I was with one of our colleagues, a friend of mine from the Parliament of Zambia. They have a similar fund like NGCDF, and Madam Speaker, they actually came to benchmark on how to administer NGCDF from Kenya. We have to keep ourselves alive into the dynamics of change, even in management of such funds, so that we do not again give these kind of tale stories like the ones we give when Singapore came to Kenya to run about national development. And therefore, the more the reason that NGCDF had to keep evolving so that it continues, Madam Speaker, to address issues that are current. And that is part of the reason why I still believe and entertain the idea that we must enlarge the bracket of NGCDF in terms of bursary, because many more constituencies can offer Masomobora or that kind of program where we lessen the burden of parents, Madam Speaker, and especially those who have their children in day schools. Mr. Speaker, I have seen there is a change, just because of the viewers, they don't get confused. There is a Mr. and Mrs. And Madam. Mr. Speaker, I support this report and support the fact that we continue to be audited properly through internal auditors and also the Office of the Auditor General, because anywhere money is concerned, Mr. Speaker, and we are paying people for them to check on us, it is important for them to continue doing that job so that every shilling will count insofar as community development is concerned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also want to hail the kind of good work that we see being done in Homa Bay Town constituency, which is also one of the leading constituencies in terms of administering NGCDF. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mabona MP for Suba North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, who is, I can see my good friend, Honorable Gladys Bocholei, has moved. And instead now we have my uncle, who is very preoccupied now with a new subject and agenda. But I will not mention his agenda. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say I support the report that is before the House on the audits of several CDF in different constituencies. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I will not speak too much to a lot of the issues our members have spoken, but I just want to say that I indeed agree with member that CDF has enhanced development in our constituencies. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that was very common, especially in rural constituencies like mine, was mud-walled classrooms. With CDF, mud-walled classrooms have become a thing of the past. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that I would want to praise CDF for is enhanced equity. Mr. Speaker, in the past, what governments would do is if you didn't vote in for a government, and I've actually seen a statement to that effect very recently, then development would not go your side of the world. But with CDF, whether you support the government or not, you now have funds through which you can support. And through that, Mr. Speaker, it also enhances democracy, which is also a good thing. Mr. Speaker, however, one of the things that we need to mention about CDF is that we now need to move from equity to equality. Mr. Speaker, why do I say that? One of the things that a lot of the public would challenge us in relation to my good friend, the late Bernard Okoth of Kibra, was that people would tell you that look at the kind of classes that Honorable Bernard is building, because he would be doing storied buildings while you do 1 or 2 classes. But what people didn't realize is Kibra has 9 schools, and we have over 100 schools. So how do you compete against 9 established schools against over 100, almost 200 schools in the rural? And then some of them don't even have schools. You're actually starting schools afresh. Like I've said here, one of the islands, I'm the one who built the first class ever, called Sukru Island. Mr. Speaker, because of that, we need to move more towards equality in provision of CDF funds, and not only equity. Right now, CDF uses equity and not equality. Mr. Speaker, I'd also want to say that CDF is one of the best managed funds, if not actually the best managed fund in the country. Mr. Speaker, again, members have spoken to the issue, and my chairman of budget has spoken to the issue of, I think CDF is actually audited by 3 auditors. And Mr. Speaker, I usually find it laughable when I hear people saying that CDF is the pocket change of a member of parliament. If it was actually pocket change, with a very enlightened populace, you are not likely to come back. You'll never be elected if CDF was actually pocket change. What I want to encourage, there's a team that was actually doing a report on proposed amendment to the Constitution. And what I would want to encourage, I wasn't in that committee, but what I want to encourage is we need to bring a bold proposal that changes the architecture of governance so that we don't just think in the traditional way of governance, and we come up with a sui generis system that works for Kenya, so that we don't say that we have the 3 arms of government and each of them must have this system working. Why should we kill a system that is working well, that many countries are actually trying to emulate? Why? Because some French guy made some comment about separation of powers years ago. If that separation of powers doesn't serve us well right now, then let's do what works for us. We are a poor, suffering country, and what we need is development, and CDF has worked. And contrary to what people say, actually, it is making a lot of difference in people's life. By saying, before I finish, I actually want to say that we are focused a lot on the brick and mortar issues, but CDF also actually has done a lot on software in terms of mentorship and all that. Suba North, we are just about to launch 2 books for our high school students and for university students and our program, Mawina, which is a mentorship program for students. It's both scholarship and mentorship program that helps produce professionals within the constituency. Speaker, that I wish CDF had taken on a lot more in terms of responsibility and taken away some of the responsibility from the county government constitutionally, because a lot of the county governments have failed us. They have a lot more resources than us, but in terms of the products, it's actually embarrassing. We sometimes have to be innovative and creative to meet demands which are actually county government demands, because they are not meeting them and the communities need them. So finally, Mr. Speaker, one of the things I want to say in terms of the audits, I want to say that because this CDF helps a lot of people, I want to encourage auditors that they need to be serious when they are auditing CDF. Let them not play monkey business with CDF. Mr. Speaker, in this country, it is very difficult to be ethical and to be a person of integrity. The people who are ethical and persons of integrity are the ones who are hounded by these auditors. Mr. Speaker, I think I've shared with you before when I first got into CDF, and I was informed that there could be a case of misappropriation. So being the nice ethical person I am, I came and reported and asked that my fund account manager be removed and requested for an internal audit. I have regretted to date why I bothered to be a good citizen, because we were actually given a false audit, creating fake schools, creating purported misappropriation, and then different government agencies that are supposed to be the ones that are ensuring that people do the right things are busy following you, asking you to give them bribes of 3 million. I told them to go to hell. And Mr. Speaker, we were with you when I took this matter to the ESCC. I am actually sad to date that that matter has not been followed up. When you give a wrong and false audit, you say that a school that exists in Suba North does not exist. It's an imaginary school. And we give you bank records that shows that it was given money, merely because we've refused to give you 3 million. Honorable members of parliament here are shy, they don't want to say the things that go on in CDF in terms of our oversight role. Why? Because you know if you speak, you will be targeted. Me, I'm willing to be targeted so that things can go right. We are tired of being asked for money. Auditors start auditing and the first thing they tell you is bring upfront so much money. For what? For nothing. And if you don't give, your results are qualified. So continue qualifying, but you need to do the right thing. I will speak the correct things until I leave this house. Even if I am sacrificed for speaking the right thing, I will. But we need to do the right thing that serves Kenyans, because we came here to serve Kenyans, not to take away money from Kenyans. So I'd want to encourage, first of all, the CDF office in Nairobi to look into how that audit was done so wrong that it is even embarrassing. When I actually showed them with evidence and proof that all these things that are being given here are false. To date, nothing has been taken against the auditor who did that report. What about the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission? They have not done anything. Instead, what you get is DCI, other agencies following you, asking you for bribes every now and again. And I want to tell them, shame on you. And the next time you call me, I'm going to mention you here by name. Stop following us here for bribes. If we don't speak these things, nobody will. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, I support. But let the auditors know that their work is to serve Kenyans, not to harass Kenyans. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Millie Odhiambo Mabona, for that good direction in terms of how we should audit. The Honorable Rashid Bedsimba, the MP for Kisauni.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kunipa fursa hii na mimi kupenyeza sauti yangu. Kwanza niunge mkono ripoti ya mhandisi wa fedha. Halafu pia nitilie mkazo kwamba
did I see the Honorable Ruth Odinga, the women rep for Kisumu, request for the opportunity to talk to this motion? Is Honorable Ruth Odinga in the house? Proceed, Honorable Bedsimba.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Nipeleke nitie sauti yangu hasa kwa miradi
May 2023. The speakers of the Houses of Parliament issued a joint notification.
Hazina ya NGCDF. Mheshimiwa Spika, ile miradi inayoonekana katika maeneo yetu ni ya NGCDF. Na la kusikitisha zaidi ni kwamba hivi sasa tunakaribia mwaka mwingine, hata robo ya pesa hatujapata. Ni hatari sana kwa sababu hii ndio fedha ambazo zilikuwa zinasaidia mwananchi ambaye ni maskini, ambaye hajiwezi, lakini sasa hana la kufanya kwa sababu ofisi zetu hazina fedha. Hata sisi tumepiana basari, lakini mpaka sasa hatuja
of the talks and rules procedure. In this regard, honorable members, the co-chairpersons of the committee formally recognize the committee and to support and facilitate their work. As speakers of the Houses of Parliament, we allowed the efforts being made towards strengthening consultation, dialogue, and consensus building between the majority and the minority parties. We are convinced that this inclusive approach will ensure an amicable resolution of the issues identified in a bid to have a national conversation for the good of the current and future generations. Indeed, it is commendable that the committee has adopted a hybrid approach of conducting the talks through a parliamentary process as well as the involvement of experts and other stakeholders outside Parliament. Indeed, honorable members, under the respective standing orders of the Houses of Parliament, a committee of this nature is by and large formally recognized through the passage of a joint resolution by the Houses. It is through such joint resolution that the membership of such committee is outlined and its terms of reference, the timelines within which the committee is to discharge its mandate and report to the Houses. However, honorable members, as you are aware, at the time of receipt of the communication, the Houses of Parliament were on recess. The respective standing orders of the Houses of Parliament require the speakers to cause the transmission of any message received at a time when the Houses are not in session to every member and later report such messages to the Houses when it resumes. Honorable members, in this regard and appreciating the critical task that the committee is to undertake, the Speaker of the Houses of Parliament jointly resolved to formally recognize the committee and to apprise the Houses upon the resumption of sittings. This was premised on the need to allow the commencement of business of the committee during the recess period. As you are further aware, honorable members, in the joint notification, we did observe that we had earlier on received a draft motion from the leadership of the majority party in Parliament seeking the establishment and recognition of the committee. In this regard, we urge the leadership of the majority party and the minority party, as a matter of urgency, to harmonize the text of the draft motion to pave the way for issuance of the notice of motion and its consideration by the Houses of Parliament as soon as the Houses resumed after recess. Honorable members, to this end, it is expected that the leadership of the majority and minority parties shall proceed to formalize the recognition of the committee in the manner prescribed in the standing orders of both houses. In conclusion, honorable members, I wish to reiterate that as speakers of the Houses of Parliament, we commit to facilitating the work of the committee as it embarks on executing this important task. Indeed, we shall, upon the joint resolution by the Houses, authorize the respective clerks of the Houses to facilitate the committee, like every other committee of Parliament, with a secretariat and any other logistical support necessary for the effective discharge of the mandate of the committee. Honorable members, we are also aware that there is ongoing debate that the committee may also prefer extra-parliamentary processes in conducting the bipartisan engagements. This is a matter that the committee may explore and look for ways of finding its place in the joint resolution of the Houses. Finally, in the spirit of bipartisanship, I encourage the members of the committee to put the interests of the nation ahead of every other consideration when considering matters presented. Indeed, I appreciate the great sacrifice the two co-chairs, the Honorable George Murugara and the Honorable Dr. Otienda Molo, and their respective teams are making to ensure the conclusion of the prodigal's task bestowed upon them. In this regard, I quote renowned author James Allen, who said, and I quote, "He who would accomplish little must sacrifice little. He who would achieve much must sacrifice much. And he who would attain highly must also sacrifice greatly." I thank you. Yes, Honorable Ichungwa, Majority Leader.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that very detailed communication. And Honorable Speaker, you will remember some time back I did share with the House our draft proposal
on the motion that defined the mandate of this bipartisan committee, and following your recognition of this committee, as you said, during the recess, Honorable Speaker, we do appreciate that indeed, as you have stated, it's only up to when this House formally approves that committee and gives it the formal mandate that they will be able to seriously embark on work. And I do remember, Honorable Speaker, yesterday in the House Business Committee, you did challenge myself and the leader of minority to take up the role or the leadership role of ensuring that this committee begins its work, formal work, and concludes expeditiously. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I do want to beg that the leader of minority who's just walked in now and the leadership in their coalition will be able to work with speed to work with us if they have a draft motion that they can share so that the bipartisan committee can consider and we have one synchronized draft motion that we can then bring to the House for approval. And as you did indicate yesterday, Honorable Speaker, and sentiments that are shared by many people in the country, that it is time that we concluded this matter of the bipartisan talks. There are constituents in this country, like those of Banisa constituency, who are suffering without a member of parliament. We are almost at the verge of a constitutional crisis, having not an electoral commission in place. And therefore, the earlier we're able to expedite some of these issues, the better. Therefore, I want to beseech the minority leadership to engage with their leadership and be able to come up with a draft motion that we can then be able to sit and agree on one synchronized motion, which then we will be able to bring to the House. And I believe this is something that we can do even within a week or two, and I therefore beseech the minority leadership to take up that role and be able to help the country move forward. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 3, messages.
Order. Maybe I should allow the minority leader if he has anything to say. You remember our order, Okello? You are not the minority leader.
Thank you, the Honorable Speaker. Well, I appreciate the fact that you recognized the need for me to say a word or two. Mr. Speaker, I don't have the benefit of having listened to your full communication on the matter at hand. All the same.
It was a replication of what we discussed in House Business.
All the same. The matter of bipartisan talks has, of course, gained public notoriety. I don't think there's anyone who can claim not to understand what's going around. Mr. Speaker, you will recall from the very outset, when this matter came up here, I did commit on behalf of the Azimio coalition that we shall do whatever it takes to make these talks progress and succeed. I believe we have done so far. Mr. Speaker, you know, talks of this nature are delicate, and therefore they must be handled with lots of care. Mr. Speaker, I am aware that there have been bottlenecks on the path of these talks, but to cut the long story short, even as we speak, there is still some form of misunderstanding as to whether this committee requires a motion that is envisaged in your communication, or for it to acquire some life or legal capacity. There's a school of thought that holds the talks don't require that kind of motion. Of course, there's another school of thought, which my friend, the Honorable Chungwa, ascribes to, which holds that these talks can only be given life through a motion passed in this House. So we need to bridge that gap. And therefore, I think your communication sets the ground, really, for this, for thrashing out those sticking issues so that we move forward in one accord. It's important. And again, Mr. Speaker, as has been put very clearly, these talks have dragged on for too long. In fact, they haven't even started, in earnest. And in fact, Kenyans have developed fatigue over the talks. There are many Kenyans who have already lost interest in those bipartisan talks. So it behoves all of us, if you want to rescue them, to move with speed, but move with speed in good faith. Otherwise, for now, Mr. Speaker, I take it that your communication sets the ground for us to engage further. Thank you very much. God bless.
Honorable Ichungwa and Honorable Wandai, you have been given the rare and unenviable privilege of leading this House. You must show leadership. It is not enough for the two of you to come and prostrate yourselves before the House and engage in unproductive lamentations. I want to encourage you, the two of you, the 7 members from either side you nominated are your nominees. And you must guide them, you must show leadership, and you must lead. Because the country is looking at this House to sort out this issue. If the head of the House is crying, what will the children do? So I want to encourage both of you. I don't want this matter to keep resurfacing on the floor. You have offices given to you by Parliament. You have staff given to you by Parliament. You have members who work under you. Sit together and get this matter moving. And I want also to encourage you. Tell your co-chairs, I do not understand the logic of co-chairs sitting next to each other in a meeting, writing endless letters to each other. Call them to order and encourage them that they have been given a responsibility to discharge and they must discharge it. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 7th June 2023, afternoon sitting. 1, memorandum on the proposed memorandum. Sorry, Honorable Speaker, whatever is typed here does not make sense, so I'll just try to reorder that. 1, the annual report and financial statements for Kenya Tourism Board for the year ended 2018-2019. 3, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2022 and the certificates therein. Mwea Rice Mills Limited, National Construction Authority, Kenya Tourism Board, Bomas of Kenya Limited, Postal Corporation of Kenya, Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization, Warehouse Receipt System Council, Kerio Valley Development Authority, Geothermal Development Company Limited, Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service, University of Nairobi, Kenya Pipeline Company Limited, Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, Kenya Film Classification Board, Kibabii University, Laikipia University, Kenya Medical Research Institute, Bukura Agricultural College, Anti-Doping Agency of Kenya, Kenyatta National Hospital, National Quality Control Laboratory, National Cancer Institute of Kenya, National Employment Authority, Kenya Cultural Center, National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, and the Southeastern Kenya University. 4 is memorandum for the financial year 2023-2024 and the medium-term budget estimates for the judiciary and the Parliamentary Service Commission from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. Mutunga.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 7th of June, 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee of Agriculture and Livestock on the inquiry into the maize flour subsidy program for the financial year 2022-2023. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next, Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, June 7th, 2023. Report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of County Government's Additional Allocation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice to the following motion. That this House adopts a report from the Departmental Committee of Agriculture and Livestock on its inquiry into the maize flour subsidy program for the financial year 2022-2023, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 7th of June 2023, in the afternoon sitting. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Now, can you, Sergeant or Clerk, if the Minister for Education is within the precincts of Parliament, cause him to enter the chamber. We'll start the questions before 3 o'clock. In the meantime, we go to order number 7. We have a statement I approved from the Honorable Julia Sunguli. Are you ready with it?
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, but the clerk had informed me that till be tomorrow. But I don't mind if I could read it today, after a short while. After a short while, Mr. Speaker, I'll get the printed copy. Can I approach the chair?
Honorable Sunguli wants 2 minutes to come back to his statement. Let's go to order number 8 before we come back to order number 7. Honorable Sunguli, you better hurry up.
Order number 8, motion, consideration of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for 26 constituencies. Question to be put.
Order, honorable members. Take your seats. Order. I now put the question, which which is that this House adopts the report of the Centralized Funds Accounts Committee on the consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for 26 constituencies in the counties of Mombasa, Kilifi, Kwale, Taita Taveta, Lamu, and Tana River for the financial years 2013-2014, 2014-2015, and 2015-2016, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 25th April 2023. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Welcome, Minister. We'll come to you shortly. I've given the Honorable Sunguli, he says in 2 minutes he'll be here. He has a personal statement to make on the security situation in his constituency. Meanwhile, like I said yesterday, honorable members, when we go to questions, the question has 2 bites, the question and a supplementary, and I'll only allow 2 joyriders on each question. Can somebody tell Honorable Sunguli his statement is already here to come and prosecute it? Wandai, where's your whip? Yes. Honorable Julius Sunguli, I'm told your statement is available here. Tiambati, you have the statement? Sorry, Julius, if you are ambushed, but I got the impression you needed to prosecute your statement.
No, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for your indulgence. I wish to request for a statement, Mr. Speaker, from the Minister in charge of the Interior with respect to the ongoing clashes in Transmara. These last few days have not been peaceful for the people of Kilgoris constituency residing in Ngararo and the North Side locations. There have been clashes, skirmishes, fights, and the total disruption of order in the area. The events have been quite costly. Lives of young people have been lost and their hopes brought to an abrupt end. In this week alone, cattle have been robbed in broad daylight. Sugarcane, now the main crop of the area, has been burnt, occasioning huge losses. And now, houses have been burnt down by very bold arsonists. Mr. Speaker, the fight has been by use of traditional weapons, being bows and arrows. However, there is now a threat of guns being used in this fight. This will escalate matters and leaders to say will lead to fatalities not witnessed before. The clashes in this area have gone on for too long, and unless a comprehensive solution is found, there does not seem to be any end coming soon. On Monday, the 5th of June, I convened a meeting attended by representatives of the two warring clans, together with the security teams of Transmara. In this meeting, we identified the possible causes of these clashes. In summary, one clan holds that the other has taken away their land. The other clan maintains that no such land was taken. This land dispute arises from the inconclusive manner in which the Ministry of Lands demarcated the boundaries in those sections. In 1985, both a no-sign adjudication section, occupied mainly by the Wasingishu clan, and the Ngararo adjudication section, occupied mainly by the Syria clan, were demarcated to be adjudication sections. Unfortunately, the boundary dividing these sections is not a natural feature, not a river, and not a valley. It is a straight line which is to be determined by GPS. A few years ago, under the leadership of Mr. Natembea, the then regional commissioner of the Rift Valley, a boundary was determined, and apparently it was agreed that a road be built to mark the boundary. This road was constructed and is in place. Unfortunately, this road has created a new dispute. Persons disadvantaged by that say that the road has taken away their land. But the acreage in dispute, Mr. Speaker, is only about 30 acres. This seems to be the bone of contention. The government, and with the leaders in Kilgoris, and indeed the county leadership in Narok, should explore a route to reconciling the two clans. And indeed, we have a plan to reconcile the two clans. However, as we wait for this solution, the government must find an end to the fighting and wanton destruction of the property. We recommend that the minister do send a permanent group of GSU and RDU officers to the site, and the community and ourselves are prepared to give land and housing to those officers so that they can deal with the situation adequately. I therefore request for a statement, Mr. Speaker, from the CS of the Interior to explain what he can promptly and urgently do to deal with the lawlessness in this area. I submit.
Thank you, Julius. Who is the Chair of Security? Tongoyo, you transmit that statement to your minister and bring a response in 2 weeks.
I will, Mr. Speaker, and it's just good to note that the honorable member, we come from the same county, so it's an issue that it's quite known to me as well. I've just talked with the CS in Turkana as we talk, and actually we had even made arrangement to visit his office so that we can able to look a quick response to the same. Nevertheless, I'm guided.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, honorable members. We'll go back to order number 7. But before we call the first question, allow me to acknowledge the presence in the speaker's gallery of St. Bakita Girls Kiangui, Makueni County. In the public gallery, St. Jude Kiriri from Githurai, Kiambu, Londiani Boys High School from Kipkelion East, Kericho, St. Teresa Girls from Eastleigh, Nairobi. On my behalf and on your own behalf, I welcome the schools to the House of Parliament. Now we go to questions, and I will invite the first question. First question number 122 of 2023 by the member for Nyakach, Honorable Aduma War. Sorry, Aduma. I have jammed two questions, sorry. We start with question 120, 2023. Mark Mwenje, member for Embakasi West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question 120 of 2023. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide records of accounts for all income-generating activities of Mojawan Primary School in Embakasi West constituency for the past 1 year, especially revenue generated via the school swimming pool, studio, and hall? Question 2, clarify whether the ministry competitively recruited the non-teaching staffs that oversee the management of the said income-generating activities. Question 3, explain why the school's board of management is yet to approve projects proposed by the NGCDF or engage the NGCDF committee on the said proposals. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir, and honorable members. The answer to the question is as follows. Mojawan Primary School has only one income-generating activity, which is the swimming pool. The studio is not operational because the school is yet to recruit a competent operator to operate the studio. Also, the hall has never at any given time been hired, so it has never been able to generate any income ever since the time it was built. Honorable Speaker, the swimming pool generates income because runners from neighboring schools use it after paying a fee. Members of the public also use the swimming pool at a fee, particularly during weekends and the public holidays. So far, Honorable Speaker, the swimming pool has generated a total of 8,459,168 from January 2020 to April 2023. The breakdown is given on a monthly basis. I don't have to go to each and every month. So the income, Honorable Speaker, is banked in a designated swimming pool account at the Umoja branch of the Cooperative Bank of Kenya. The account statement for the said account is as provided in my answer and marked Annex 1. The balance so far in the account as at the 6th June 2023 was Kenya shillings 37,046.72. A monthly average, Honorable Speaker, of 192,000 out of the income is used to pay the salaries of employees supporting the swimming pool operations, and the amount normally varies depending on the season. Between 150,000 and 200,000 per month is also used for pool maintenance and chemicals, and also depending on the seasonal demand. Part of the revenue is used to improve the school's infrastructure, and resources. In the past 1 year, for example, the sum of Kenya shillings 250,000 has been spent in the installation of water tanks and also 400,000 on connection of water to the school, as well as another 150,000 on the tiling of the classrooms, and also 200,000 Kenya shillings, which was used for plastering the classrooms. Mr. Speaker, the accounts of the school are audited annually, and for this past year, the audit was concluded in April, and we are as yet to get the report, and I undertake to provide the report to the Member of Parliament once it is available to me. The second part of the question, Honorable Speaker, is that I would like to state from the outset that indeed the ministry does not recruit non-teaching staff or public schools in the country, and according to Section 59P of the Basic Education Act 2013, it is the responsibility of the Board of Management to recruit non-teaching staff. As with all public sector employees, Board of Management are required by law to ensure that the recruitments are done in an open, transparent, and competitive manner. Through the county, our county and sub-county officers, we established that the school is yet to engage in a competitive recruitment of the staff, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, we have made a directive that the 7 individuals who are working on part-time basis be subjected to a competitive process, and the Board of Management has been able to form an interviewing panel which will be able to interview those who would be able to apply, and already an advert is out for those who would be interested to be recruited on a permanent basis, not as before, because the people who have been working there before are on a part-time basis. The last part of the question, Honorable Speaker, and this one I'm sure the honorable members of Parliament here are very much aware and conversant with, is that the Boards of Management do not receive and approve proposals from the Constituent Development Fund. According to Section 27 of the National Government Constituent Development Fund 2015, it is the responsibility of the CDF committee to correct and deliberate on project proposals as made in each and every constituency. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, Regulation 11 of the National Government Constituent Development Fund, Regulations 2016, is clear that the mandate of the Constituents Committee is to consider all project proposals from all wards in the constituency and any other project which the Constituents Committee might consider beneficial in any given financial year. And finally, the school has been able to make an application to the CDF board for funding for the perimeter wall of the school. So that is the answer I wish to submit for question 1.
Thank you, Minister. Mark Mwenje. There you are.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I thank the Minister, the Cabinet Secretary, for his comprehensive response. My only follow-up to the Cabinet Secretary is that we've had a problem in Nairobi, especially with the reconstitution of some of the school boards in our primary schools, because the county education, I think, board says they don't have sufficient funds, and you have some of these boards even with serving MCAs who have now been re-elected. So could the Cabinet Secretary kindly provide guidance on reconstitution of some of these school boards so that we can mitigate some of the issues that some of the new members of Parliament are facing, considering some were appointed by our predecessors? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister, you can answer that.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. The honorable members are aware that the constitution of the committees, both in the primary and the secondary, we normally have 17 as the number, and the people who recommend those to serve in those particular committees, part of them are actually members of parliament, because those representing the community interest are appointed or recommended by members of parliament. And of course, there are also those who represent the parents, who the parents recommend. There are those who recommend, who also represent the various churches who are recommended by the churches. As a ministry, we also find 17 to be a very high number. And in the coming recommendation, which will be recommending in this House, I think we are recommending that we reduce that number to a number that will be a little bit manageable, because it is a number that is so high and unmanageable, and sometimes the cost was unnecessarily high.
Thank you, Minister. Question 121 of 2023. The member for Samburu East, Jackson Lekutomontare, has written to the Speaker indicating that he has delegated Honorable Eli Letipila to ask the question for him. Is Eli here?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask a question on behalf of Honorable Jackson Lekutomontare, the MP for Samburu East, who is outside the country. His questions to the Cabinet Secretary are: 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide a list of secondary schools in Samburu East constituency that have not been supplied with course books? The second question is: explain why students in some schools in Samburu East constituency complete their secondary school studies without accessing course books. Third question is: state when the ministry will avail course books to the affected schools or provide money to the schools to purchase the books. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have indeed established that the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, there are 6 schools in Samburu East constituency which have not been supplied with the course books. The schools affected are as follows: Uasu Girls Secondary School, which was registered in 19 December 2018. Narere Boys Secondary School, which was also registered on the 22nd February 2021. Ngaroni Girls Secondary School, which was registered on 22nd March 2021. Seja Boys Secondary School, which was registered on the 22nd February 2021. Tipito Girls Secondary School, which, Honorable Speaker, was registered on the 10th January 2019. Narasa Boys, which was registered on the 16th September 2020. Honorable Speaker, public secondary schools were initially supplied with textbooks in the year 2018. Therefore, new schools that were registered thereafter, that is 2018, have not been supplied with the textbooks. Additionally, there has been no supply to provide for increased enrollment in the schools that were initially supplied in the year 2018. This financial year, the ministry has retained a total of 378 Kenya shillings from the capitation funds provided for in each and every category, each and every runner, for purposes of replenishing the supplies. The replenishment will enable the provision of books to runners in schools that were registered after 2018, and also to schools whose enrollment has grown. And also the second part of the question, Honorable Speaker, is that indeed there has been no replacement of books in secondary schools since 2018, with the result that runners in newly registered schools have not been provided with the books. However, the ministry is in the process of undertaking a replacement to ensure that all schools are supplied with the books before the end of this term. Mr. Speaker, the affected schools will receive the books before the end of this term, and not only in Samburu, but there are so many other schools which are in this category, and we undertake that we will be able to provide the books out of the funds which have said the 378 per annum to all the schools countrywide. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Ellie. Give the microphone to, there you are.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The supplementary question that I would like to ask the Cabinet Secretary is, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why there is shortage of food in both primary, junior secondary, and high schools of Samburu North constituency? For example, Baragoi Boys, Opiroi Mix, Nachola, Masikita Primary, and can he state which measures he is putting in place to urgently regularize the school feeding programs, which helps in keeping the pastoral children of Samburu North in the schools? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Go ahead.
We are aware that we have a shortage of teachers, not only in the affected schools, but quite a number of our schools in each and every part of the country. And this administration, ever since the time we came in, we have been able to employ 36,000 new teachers, and we undertake that we will be able to employ almost an equal number in the next financial year. The second part of the question, Honorable Speaker, is that the school feeding program, government provides funds for 26 counties, particularly in the northern part of the country, the arid and semi-arid counties. Those are the schools and the areas that Parliament has been able to give us funds that we engage and provide school feeding programs to almost 2,000 of our runners in those particular areas.
Honorable members, I see the screen is full, but I don't know if it's full for this question. Omboko Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Related to the issue of food in schools, is the Cabinet Secretary aware, Honorable Speaker, that schools are on the verge of closing because of lack of food, especially the high schools? And if so, what measures is he undertaking to make sure that capitation is sent to our schools so that they don't close down? Currently, Honorable Speaker, school heads are negotiating with students on meals to jump and even for fate. That can lead to unrest in our schools. So when is he planning to send capitation to schools to mitigate the issue of imminent closure of our schools. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mama Zamzam.
Asante sana Bwana Spika, na mimi nina swali kwa waziri wa elimu. Napenda kuuliza katika shule ya Likoni visual impaired ambao ni wale ambao wana ulemavu wa macho, toka Januari hawajapata chakula, hawajapokea msaada wote kutoka kwa serikali kama kawaida. Na pia ningependa kuuliza pia Jomvu High School ambao ni Jomvu Girls imejengwa lakini haina perimeter wall na ni shule ya wasichana. Nataka nimuulize waziri amewapangia nini, manake wale ni watoto wa kike na ile ni hali tata. Mahali ambapo wako ni mahali ambapo kuna abiri wale watu wa bodaboda wako wengi na hawa watu wa transport wako wengi, kwa hivyo ni mahali pana shughuli nyingi, na wale watoto wamekaa wazi kabisa, hawana perimeter wall ambao ni ile mzingiro wa fence, na hawana pia maji ya kunywa borehole, na pia hawana wanahitaji muhabara nyingine, manake ile iliyoko ni ndogo wala haitoshi. Kama waziri wa elimu umewapangia nini shule hizi mbili? Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Cabinet Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to inform all the members of Parliament here that capitation funds, which are to the tune of 28 billion, the Ministry of National Treasury was supposed to have given us the funds before Friday last week, but there was a delay. And this morning, I've had an engagement with the Principal Secretary of National Treasury, because it's an issue that is not only concerning me, but the entire country. And I wish to report to the honorable members and the country as a whole that indeed he has confirmed that by tomorrow the funds will be in the ministry, and then thereafter we will be able to disperse the same to all our schools countrywide. And I hope that by Friday of this week, the undertaking I've been able now to get from the Treasury, because they have gotten the funds, is that our schools will be able to receive capitation funds. That is senior secondary schools, our junior secondary schools, plus our primary schools. We are sorry for the delay, but by the end of the week, the money should be in the accounts of those schools. The Member of Parliament has also been able to ask a question about the perimeter wall. Members of Parliament, you are aware that the amount of money we get in the form of infrastructure funds cannot be able to cater for each and every need of the various schools we have in the country. And I really thank the members of Parliament, because in partnership with your CDF funds, we are able to do quite a lot. I will invite the Member of Parliament to come over so that we can be able to discuss probably in the next financial year. We can be able to partner so that we see what CDF can be able to do and what we can be able to do as a ministry. Even water, as I said, Honorable Speaker, during the last time that I was here again, is that yes, the people who have the technical expertise and the knowledge is means of water, we want to make a recommendation on the boreholes to be done in schools, and that is one other school that I will ask the Member of Parliament to come over so that we can be able to make the same recommendation to the Minister of Water for treating of our water borehole. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Question 1, 2, 3. Member for Teso South, Mary Emase.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question arises from the confusion in the implementation of junior secondary school guidelines by the Ministry of Education. Honorable CS, I draw your attention to page 44 of your guidelines, guideline 8.6 of the guidelines on school meals. And I quote, all learners in the JSS junior secondary school shall be provided with nutritious school meals. 8.61 says that provision of school meals in junior secondary schools shall be the responsibility of the parents or guardians. And 8.62 says that in regard to 8.61, the junior secondary school leadership shall collaborate with parents to ensure that the school meals meet the nutritional needs of all learners, including those with special needs and disability. 2, that there will be adherence to food storage and preparation standards.
Honorable Mary Massey, you are debating and not asking your question. The procedure is read the question as it appears on the order paper. I think you are reading something different.
The one in the order paper.
Question 1, 2, 3 of 2023 is radically different from what you are saying. Do you have it on the order paper?
I think I have a different order paper, Mr. Honorable Speaker. May I have?
Can somebody furnish the Honorable Master with the supplementary order paper? Your question 1, 2, 3 of 2023.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The question is, could the Cabinet Secretary state the actions the Ministry is taking to address the contradiction in Guideline 8.61 of the Guidelines for Implementation of Junior Secondary School Education, which states that provision of school meals in junior secondary school will be the responsibility of parents or guardians, and Guideline 8.63 requiring the leadership of junior secondary school to ensure that no learner drops out of school as a result of failure to pay the lunch program fee. 2, could the Cabinet Secretary outline measures in place to ensure that children from needy backgrounds whose parents or guardians cannot afford lunch feed program remain in school and enjoy nutritious meals, considering that guideline number 8.6 obligates the leadership of junior secondary schools to ensure that no child drops out of school as a result of failure to pay lunch fees, which in most schools is nearly Kenya shillings 15,000. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, there is no contradiction because 861 clearly states that providing lunch in our schools, particularly primary and the junior secondary, is the responsibility of the parents. What normally happens, Honorable Speaker, is that the parents, the Board of Management convenes a meeting comprising of the parents of that particular school. And after discussing and agreeing on a figure, if it is 500, if it is 1,000, whatever figure, that each and every parent is supposed to pay towards provision of lunch to their young ones, then they pay that. And we say, even those who don't pay because it's not mandatory, it's optional. We say it cannot be mandatory, it is optional. And even those who are not able to pay, because there are parents who say, yes, me, I'm not going to pay, I will be able to provide food such that my child can be able to carry their food from home to school. When the others are enjoying the school meal, he has carried the food from home. There are a few, because as I've gone around the country, Sometimes I've had the opportunity of eating lunch with these young ones in a number of schools that I've gone to. Indeed, there are those who have not been able to pay. But what is normally done in these schools, even those who have not paid, Honorable Speaker, you find they are also served, they are actually accommodated in that arrangement. One good thing that happens, Honorable Speaker, is that the number which is not able to pay is not that big. You will get about 85% of the parents have paid, such that the number which has not paid is probably 15%. So they are also carried along in this arrangement. And therefore, when the food is being served, they are also served along with the others. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I can't tell honorable members whether those of you on requests Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, earlier the Cabinet Secretary has confirmed to us that the funds are going to start to go to school from tomorrow. But my question is, given the fact that the initial capitation was already below budget, what is the Cabinet Minister going to do to cushion schools now that, especially yesterday, we did get information that the price of commodities has shot up, especially for the basic commodities? So what I want to know from the CS is what plans does he have to ensure that he cushions schools from this, given the fact that the budget is already, capitation is already below budget? Thank you.
Martha Wangare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My follow-up question is on what the CS has answered in the issue matters capitation, and the money that finally goes to the schools, link that with the books and the printing that has now become centralized. My question is there any plan by the ministry to decentralize the printing of books? Because sometimes you have 100 kids and there are 200 books of the same subject, Mr. Speaker. And with the CBC model, is there a plan in the future to ensure that books can be handed down to siblings, Mr. Speaker? Because now we have children just dealing with one child and you cannot hand over that book down to the next child. So what is the plan in terms of ensuring that every child has an access to a book and we don't have to wait, the schools can be able to do it without waiting for the capitation? Thank you.
Let me give Anton Oloch.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also want to ask a supplementary question here in relation to what the Minister said in relation to school feeding program, and to seek guidance from the Minister or the Cabinet Secretary on what steps the Ministry is taking to ensure that informal settlements, and in particular vulnerable informal settlements like Madare constituency, where majority of the children who go to the public schools come from vulnerable families, have access to free school feeding programs, because even the nominal fee that is charged by the school is not something that they can afford. But while I'm on my feet, and with your permission, Honorable Speaker, I would like to ask a question in relation to, as a follow-up to that question number 120 that was asked by Honorable Mwenje in relation to the income-generating activity of No.1 Primary School. Cabinet Secretary, what is the legal or regulatory framework that underpins schools involving or engaging in A&A? And I'm saying this against the background of a previous ban by the ministry for schools to hire school buses, so that you avoid conflict of interest and you avoid schools engaging into activities that they may take them away from their core business? What is the legal and regulatory framework underpinning A&I by schools? Thank you.
Cabinet Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. One is that the price of foodstuffs. Honorable Speaker, one clarification I would like to make. Indeed, the other day, the price of rice in January, we were paying, last year, we paid 4,500. And then later on, sometime this year, the supply branch kind of increased the price from 4,500 to 7,200. But when we went to the market, indeed, we found the price was still 4,500 a bag of rice, 50 kg. So even now, we are insisting that where schools cannot be able to get the prices at 4,500 per bag of rice, or even beans, they procure from KNTC. And they also compare the prices they are getting out in the market with what we have in our stores in KNTC, because sometimes these figures that are being given by schools might not conform with what we have at the market prices when we go out to the market, and particularly when they are competitive. The second question, Honourable Speaker, from the Honourable Member of Parliament from Gilgil, is that way back 2017, you remember, Honourable Members, the kind of education reforms that were undertaken. One such reform that was undertaken by government and the Ministry of Education was on the issue of textbooks. Because there before, government used to give money to the various secondary schools and primary schools to purchase textbooks, and unfortunately, it was not being done. The ratio of students' textbooks was such that you find 10 students sharing one textbook. But ever since the time the government changed the system such that it was centralized and the books are purchased from Nairobi and given the schools, the ratio in schools, and you can be able to confirm this from your respective schools in the constituencies, is almost 1-to-1. And we have said we replace the textbooks every after 4 years. Like now they were given 2018, and I think we are in the process of making sure that we supply, because after 4 years, you find they have been worn out and they require a replacement. So as of now, we think out of the research that was done and the report given, the system which is being, we have board of management, and it is the board of management which is to manage that process of school.
Secretary violations and the ministry's guidelines as well.
Assets, school finance, school assets, and the reposing of school assets. This is as indicated in Unit 6 of the manual. Honourable Speaker, the Basic Education Act 2013 mandates the Board of Management with the responsibility of administering the resources of our school, and in this regard, the Ministry's manual on disposal of all these items is normally approved by the school management boards. The methods of disposal are as outlined in Section 165 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. This includes sale by public tender, sale by public auction, trade-ins, and transfer to another public entity. To ensure compliance with the law and the Ministry's guidelines, every school is audited at least annually by the Ministry's School Audit Directorate, as well as the Office of the Auditor General. The ministry's field officers also undertake regular inspections of schools in order to ensure compliance. Honorable Speaker, cases where there might be non-compliance, of course, once they come to our notice, we make sure that the necessary remedial action is taken. In respect to the recruitment of non-teaching staff, the Basic Education Act 2013 provides that the Board of Management shall recruit, employ, and remunerate non-teaching staff. As public entities, the Boards of Management are subject to the values and the principles of public service as outlined in Article 232 of the Constitution and the Public Service on the Values and the Principles Act. These values and principles include ethnic and gender inclusion, merit and open and competitive recruitment. The recruitment undertaken by the boards are subjected to audit by the Ministry of Schools Audit Directorate as well as the Office of the Auditor General. Cases of non-compliance, if identified, then the necessary appropriate action is taken, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome any reports of such violations so that my office can be able to undertake the necessary action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Aduma, are you satisfied?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to look at the question, I realized that the question was limited to rather most of the movable assets and did not address the issue of the questions of immovable assets like title deeds, which I realize it is not clear whether the title deeds of most schools are in the hands of the ministry or they are in the hands of the communities or the sponsors of the various schools. Mr. Speaker, I also realize that when we talk about the issue of mismanagement, there are also grants which are meant for special schools. Most of these grants have not been dispersed and schools are suffering. So that is also key. I also observed that there is also the issue of mismanagement in skilled staffing. There's the perception that many of the good principals are poached to some of the schools which are undeserving. And I realized that I had 3 cases in point where the well-performing head teacher of Yala High School was poached and had difficulties landing where he was posted. I also realized that the standards in Maranda High School have been on a downward trend after the head teacher, then Mr. Boas, was removed. We've also have the question of Sagongo High School, where the head teacher was blocked when he was posted elsewhere. So I know the Cabinet Secretary is equal to task. He has the power and the authority, and I trust he'll be able to address that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That is a complimentary statement rather than question. Minister, you can note that and deal with it. Jared Okela, I see you on the screen.
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and on equal footing, I want to thank the Cabinet Secretary for Education for coming in to address some of our concerns. Honorable Speaker, I was home during the recess and I managed to walk around my constituency. And the junior secondary school, to a larger extent, paint a very grim picture. Honorable Speaker, we are alive to the fact that the school classrooms were actually built in high schools. But now the regime came into office and chose to retain our children within the existing primary schools, Honorable Speaker. Whereas we do not have the capacity to physically remove those classrooms from high schools and plug them into primary schools, I would want to know whether there is any plan to have additional classrooms to junior secondary schools within the primary schools where they exist, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, again, we do have lots of these junior secondary schools strewn all over, but you realize that only one teacher is plugged to a junior secondary school. They undertake 14 subjects, which are compulsory, and probably around 8 elective subjects, Honorable Speaker. Even when you're a genius, it is common knowledge that you cannot handle 22 subjects, Honorable Speaker. So what plans do the ministry have to add additional junior secondary school teachers to augment the shortfall that does exist, Honorable Speaker? And finally, Honorable Speaker, just in brief, Honorable Speaker, the junior secondary schools charge 11,000 shillings going towards lunches for to our children. Honorable Speaker, I do not know whether the ministry came up with this figure, 11,000 shillings for lunches. But again, these are the same children who were last year walking back to their homes and coming back to school in the afternoon. So what has so changed that our parents have to dig deep into their pockets to get 11,000 shillings to assist the lunch program? And I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister, that question by Jared Okello actually falls under the next questions by Mushira and Onchoke, so you can put it on hold. You'll answer it when we get there. Next, question 124. Member for Machakos County, Mama Joyce Kamene.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question to the Cabinet Secretary. The first one. Could the Cabinet Secretary state the amount of money that the ministry has received towards the provision of sanitary pads to the school girls each financial year from 2017 to 2018 up to 2022 to 2023? Part 2, explain the criteria, if any, used by the ministry in distributing the allocations stated above among the counties and specify how much Machakos County received in each of the financial years.
Minister.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. In the financial year 2017-2018 and the 2018-2019, the Ministry of Education did not receive any money towards the provision of sanitary pads to our girls in our schools. The program was actually then domiciled in the Ministry of Public Service, Gender and the Youth at that particular time. I was not able to get the figures from that ministry, but given the time, because we have a one government approach, I can't be able to get the figures. But in the year 2019-2022 financial year, the Ministry of Education received a total, up to 2022, the Ministry of Education has received a total of 1,585,816,000 for this program. The breakdown for financial year is as follows, Honorable Chairperson and members. 2019-2020, we received 375 million. 2020-2021, we received a total of 470,480,000. And 2021-2022, Honorable Chairperson, we received 270,480,000. 2022-2023, we received a total of 470 million. So the total received is as given 1,585,816,000. And the criteria we use in disputing the sanitary pads to the various counties in the country is following the enrollment of girls in grade 6, 7, and 8, because it is that particular age which we consider the girls need the sanitary towels. I have given a breakdown, Honorable Chairperson, of the quantities given out in terms of packets to each and every sub-county in Machakos, and also given each and every year the way those particular quantities were given to each and every sub-county in Machakos, and I think the honorable members can be able to look at the breakdown because we have given us per each and every sub-county in Machakos, and not only Machakos, this information is also available, what we have been able to give out as a ministry for each and every county in this country. Honorable Speaker, sir, so we have also limited this to public schools only because we don't give sanitary pads to private schools, we only give to public schools. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Joyce Kanene.
Mr. Speaker, as much as I'd like to thank the CS for his answers, but there still leaves a lot to be desired. Because as women reps, we get a lot of calls from these schools. And he has just stated that they supply to the primary schools. But we do have public secondary schools where we know we have so many vulnerable girls that are attending schools. What is the ministry doing about those girls? The criteria they use leave a lot to be desired. They ought to improve because we get a lot of questions. Where are sanitary towels? And we are talking about 470 million. Where is this money going to show up? I wish you'd give, I wish you would see the systems so that we can understand why do some schools not get sanitary towels. Thank you.
Babo Wino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Cabinet Secretary for Education, who is a very good friend of mine and was a former colleague, and also a family friend, because the son was my lecturer at the University of Nairobi School of Law. Now, Mr. Speaker, my question is about what's currently happening in public primary schools, which is very, very sad, Mr. Speaker. You find that the children, the learners, are being sent away.
Ndani ya Kilifi ndo nagawanya sodo katika shule. Shule hizi ni za primary, shule za msingi, Mheshimiwa Spika, shule za secondary, college zile ndogo tunaita tertiary. Kuna wasichana wa maisha ya chini hawawezi kumudu pakti moja ya sodo. Waziri, tunakuomba ukutane na wakilishi wa kike wote ndani ya bunge hili, tukupe mfumo vipi utatumia hizi pesa milioni 470 milioni 10 kwa kila jimbo. Sisi tutaweza kuendeleza huu mradi vizuri, wewe ufuatane na haya mambo ya elimu huko kwengine, haya mambo ya sodo ya kike tuwachie sisi. Ya pili kuhusu Mheshimiwa Spika, hii moja ni kuhusu CBC. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikwambie wazi, hakuna mzazi anataka huu mfumo. Tusidanganyane na hii percentage tunasikiza hapa. Huu mfumo umegharimu wazazi mfuko mkubwa sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, mzazi anunue viazi, watoto wakafundishwa kupika chips shule. Mzazi anunue nyama, mtoto aenda kafundishwe nyama ya mbuzi ni ipi, nyama ya ng'ombe ni ipi. Wabebe kuku, wakaone kuku hai achinjwe. Nyama hizi hazirudi nyumbani, Mheshimiwa Spika. Samaki wakafundishwa samaki, majina wapigwa kule kule shule na watoto hawali. Mfumo huu umegharamisha wazazi pali pakubwa, na ukilinganisha sasa, kwa sababu kuna ile ada ndani ya bajeti ya 3% kukatwa, mfumo huu hautaweza kudumishwa ndani ya Kenya hii. Mzazi akatwa 3%, iende kwa kujenga nyumba, kisha anunue kuku, viazi na nyama apeleke kwa mwalimu. Mfumo huu hatutaki. Waziri, tafuta mbinu nyingine. Asante.
Yes, Member Kimani. Minister, after this answer that, we go to the next question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think for the last 6 years, I've been a member of this House. The issue of provision of sanitary towels for our girls has always come up in every year. Why do we have to debate it every year? Why can we not have a comprehensive way of ensuring that our girls have sanitary towels in their schools?
Ask the Minister.
Honorable Speaker, I want the men in this House to think. If you bleeded for 3 days minimum every month, I think we'll all drop dead. We will all drop dead. And these girls go through this without menstrual education. They have to use unhygienic things like mattresses and blankets and all those bad things. And we still have to debate this every year? Mr. Speaker, I think we need to put the Cabinet Secretary to account. Let us have a comprehensive plan to make sure that every girl in this country, when they attain the age of puberty, they are supplied with sanitary towels. Mr. Speaker, we used to have condoms in toilets. So if you can provide condoms in toilets, why not provide sanitary towels for our girls? Why do they have to keep begging? Waziri, provide a solution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I agree with the concerns of the honorable members that indeed we require now funding and a better structure of distribution of sanitary pads so that they get to our girls. There is a discussion, and the 47 members of county women members of parliament are aware, where how to transfer this function. And I think the two committees, Honorable Chair, were to make a decision, the committee on the budget and the committee on education, whether this money should be given to the Honorable county women members of parliament, or whether it should be given to the Ministry of Public Service and the Gender. And that is the responsibility of the two committees of this House, because we said the Committee on Education and the Committee on the Budget will be able to make that decision, and whatever decision they make is what we will be able to move ahead with, and we hope that it will be the best one as long as our girls are provided with sanitary towels. CPC, I was in Kirivi, the Member of Parliament is aware. Actually, I have been to Kirivi County 3 times, and I invite her to come when we are in Kirivi. The last I was in St. Thomas, girls, the honorable member, you are aware, and I even had a meeting with the local leaders when I was in Kirivi. Even when I came to Bwana University, kindly come over as we engage our people and we talk to the parents and the teachers concerning CPC. You can also be able to get the kind of information they have concerning CPC, where the teachers say, yes, we want to continue with this, but we require a little bit of capacity building, which we are able to do as a government. Thank you.
Sir, We go to question 125, but as we do so, I've been requested by the Honorable Babu Wino to recognize Lynn Alvaram Lawi and Atifa Safi, Directors of Resources, Advocacy and Distribution, a Canadian international organization that advocates for gender and menstrual hygiene, in the gallery. Honorable Michael Muchira, hold your rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 125 of 2023. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide details of the number and percentage of pupils who transited to junior secondary schools and Form 1 respectively, and the number that is yet to report within the respective, the number that is yet to report with respect to the 2023 academic year? And number 2, could the Cabinet Secretary explain measures that the Ministry has instituted to locate children who are yet to enroll for either junior secondary schools or Form 1 in order to meet 100% transition, considering that the basic education is an inviolable right to every child? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members. As at 26 May 2023, a total of 1,146,070 runners had reported to term 2 of 2023 to junior secondary schools all over the country, against an enrollment of 1,212,279 in grade 6. This translates to 93% transition rate. Those who had not transited at that date were 5.47%, which translates to 209 runners. A total number of 1,155,369 out of 1,206,974 runners are reported to Form 1 as at 26 May 2023, which translates to a transition rate of 96%. A total of 12,051 of the remaining runners reported to TVET institutions, while 4,709 repeated standard 8 crash. This leaves a total of 34,845 runners, representing 3%, who are yet to report to any institution of running. The second part of the question, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, is that the high transition rate has been a result of various strategic measures that the ministry continues to implement, and of course we would like this to be 100%. Even the 3% which is out, we would like it to go up to 100%. Among the measures we have taken in order to ensure that we have a high transition rate is that we have been spearheading a multi-agency approach team in following the Ministry of Interior and National Administration, and also in including the honorable members here to ensure that all our runners transit to their respective levels of basic education. We have done this, Honorable Speaker, using the grassroots approach to identify and locate the runners who don't report to school in time and ensure that they resume their studies. And as I've said, the chiefs, assistant chiefs, have been very, very helpful in this. We have done a mopping up exercise to ensure that we encourage 100% transition, and we have also issued guidelines which are designed to facilitate the 100% transition, which include the following. operationalization of a day wings in established sporting primary schools in urban setups and the densely populated areas. We have also been able to allow junior secondary schools within a proximity of 6 to 10 kilometers apart to operationalize shared school transport to ease access to runners and support a day schooling. We have encouraged the establishment of low-cost boarding schools in areas with highly scattered settlements or pastoralist communities where runners have the risk of disability and others subject to availability of funds. We have also been implementing affirmative action in geographically expansive areas, rural density, and insecurity-prone areas to allow primary schools that lack the requisite enrollment and the infrastructural capacity to domicile junior secondary schools. And as well, directing our runners to be excluded from school uniform, because we said it's not mandatory that we have the new uniform when they transition to another level. The capitation rate members are aware. In the junior secondary school, we set it at 15,000 and 42, and also in senior secondary school, we set it at 22,240, and also running materials, particularly textbooks. We have achieved a ratio, apart from few areas, of 1-to-1 ratio in provision of textbooks, and also providing school feeding program in order to ensure that those, particularly in arid and semi-arid areas, are able to access school. So, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, sir, those are some of the measures we have taken, and those are the numbers that we have so far who have transitioned the 2 levels in our basic education. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Alice Ngak.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was only adding to what Honorable Member from Moro had said about the sanitary pads. When he talked about condoms, I wanted just to clarify that condoms are volunteer, but when it comes to menstrual, we were born with it and we live that way. Thank you.
Question time. You are out of
I was
order.
just.
You are out of order. You can approach Honorable Kimana and lecture him on that. John Mutunga.
Honourable Speaker, I rise to congratulate the CS Education for the good work he's doing. But Honourable Speaker, all the members here agree with me that the ministry is facing a very difficult time to implement this new education system. Honourable Speaker, I happen to be involved in making sure that it happens, because I'm an investor in education. But I can assure you that I do not know in this country who is clear. And I would like the Honorable CS to tell us the extent to which the ministry is clear on the expected products from this system, where they are going to go, the kind of professionals we are going to produce, and what we shall do with the others. Honourable Speaker, maybe that you can tell us that, because we all seem to be guiding our children into something we are not clear as a country. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Nicholas Turkana is.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me this chance to thank the CS and also to ask this question on each of the outcomes. Honorable Speaker, half-term has become mandatory in our education calendar. My question is, what added advantage is the half-term adding to our learners in this country? Because, Mr. Speaker, you find a kid who comes from Turkana and he or she is schooling in Mombasa County, is given 3 days to go for half-term. All the way from Mombasa to Turkana is until 3 days. And from Turkana to Mombasa, you can travel for 3 days. That is one way. Coming back 3 days. That's total of 6 days. How fast will this child travel from Mombasa to Turkana for this half-term? This half-term has become very expensive today. Parents kids go to school, they come back. Some of them the half-term get them on the way, and they go back without even reaching home. It is even becoming dangerous to our learners, because some of our learners meet even strangers on the way back home in the name of the half-term. So can the CS clarify what the half-term is adding to the education of our learners in this country, both in primary school and secondary schools? Thank you, Speaker.
Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Hold, Minister, sorry. Emmanuel Wangwe, you'll be the last on this.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to appreciate the Cabinet Secretary for the good work he has done, and so far wish him well. Honorable Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary has put it very clear that there is very good progress in terms of 100% transition, but my concern, Honorable Speaker, is how to retain the 100% transition into the secondary schools. And especially, Honorable Speaker, I wish the Cabinet Secretary to clarify on what his ministry is doing so far, especially to the 2021 Form 1 students under the program Elimu Scholarship Program, where, Honorable Speaker, the Jomo Kenyatta Foundation is here to remit the funds as we speak today. All the students who went into the Form 1 secondary school 2023 under that program, through his ministry, Honorable Speaker, are yet to receive payment. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Cabinet Secretary, you can answer those.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to assure my friend, the Honorable Mutunga, that CPC, after the lower level, that is the junior secondary, they transition to senior secondary, where there are 3 pathways. The 3 pathways, one is STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. The second other pathway is social sciences, also commonly known as humanities. The third pathway, Honorable Speaker, is on sports, visual, and performing art. Those who are good in that area will also be able to find an opportunity to pursue their talents in that particular area. And as we said, this is a system with a proper value system, which will be able to inculcate certain values to our young people, and also get the kind of competencies and skills which have not been available, and they will be able to compete favorably with the rest of the world, and that is, it is the best way to go. So it is such that when the year comes for them to transition to universities, our universities will be well prepared. Half-term, from the time you and me were in school, there used to be half-term, because a term was about 90 to 100 days. Emotionally, if you subject these people continuously without giving them a break, particularly in secondary schools, senior secondary schools, it also gets us into certain other programs like strikes in schools, some even getting into certain other activities. So emotionally, it stabilizes them when they get probably 3-4 days half term, a break, and it is normally optional, such that there are those who come from far, who can be able to prefer to remain in school. So it doesn't have to mean that each and every one of them has to go. We have been getting the support, RIM scholarships, affecting about 12,000 of our Kenyans, those who come from poor backgrounds. We delayed in getting the funds from the various agencies, various donors, but I think from 2 weeks ago, we have now been able to get the funds, and those who were beneficiaries, we have been able to disperse the funds to the various schools where they joined for their secondary school education, and we will be able to continue with the program because those who are supporting this program are actually supportive of it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I think the issue of the member for Turkana is whether it is prudent for a child schooling in a national school in Mombasa to be late to go home for half-term for 3 days. When it takes 3 days to travel, 3 days to come back. I think the policy issue should be whether you can let such children remain in schools during that half-term, as those who can go home can go. Nicholas, isn't that your issue? Yes, Minister.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Actually,
as a parent, and I'm sure and as a leader, you understand that children from very poor families who are brilliant and go to national schools travel across the country. And to tell them to go to half-term for 3 days is actually not very reasonable.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. That's why I said it is actually optional, such that not each and every one of those students goes for half-term. They can opt to remain. Some, like the case he has said, if it is a child for Turkana who is in Mombasa, unless the parents probably are of a category where they are able, and during that particular time they can be able to go to Mombasa such that they take the child from school. If it is the child traveling all the way, it will not be able to make sense, and it's an issue which I agree with, that we should be able to take up so that those ones who don't have that kind of arrangement can be able to remain in school during that particular time, because we have also that option.
Thank you. Member for Bonchari, Charles Onchoke.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to take the opportunity to appreciate the Cabinet Secretary and his team for appearing and take our questions. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide a status report on the construction of classrooms under the competency-based curriculum phase 2 for the following 10 secondary schools in the Bonchari constituency that were identified in 2022 to host junior secondary schools? 1, Bishop Charles Mugendi, Nyamukenye, Botoro Evangelical Lutheran Church of Kenya, Ekerubo, Etiero Girls, St. Andrews Mugumo, St. Anne's Nyangoge, St. Charles Rwanga Gesero, St. Francis Nyasagati, St. Peter Asuneka, and St. Vincent Omwari. 2, state when the construction of classrooms in Botoro, Ekerubo, and Mugumo secondary schools that were to be ready for use in January 2023 will commence, and state when the ministry will pay the contractors awarded tenders to construct classrooms in the 7 secondary schools above where works are being completed. And 3, outline the plans that the ministry has put in place to construct adequate classrooms for junior secondary schools in the Bonchari constituency in order to ease congestion that is adversely affecting learning and specify clear timelines for the same. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This is something again affecting each and every member of Parliament.
Yes, 1 minute. Yes, Donya, what's the problem?
I'm the joyrider.
You are?
I had said that.
Pardon?
Joyrider.
Yeah, but the joyrider comes after the question has been answered.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. This is one other thing that affects each and every member of Parliament in this House, because members, as you remember, we had phase 1 of this program that covered each and every one of your constituencies, and a total of 7,600,000,062 million was utilized in phase 1, which was done between, I think, 2020, 2021, and a total number of 9,721 classrooms in secondary schools were built. And those ones are complete, and the payments have been done. We don't have anything pending. In the phase 2, which the honorable member for Bonchari has been able to raise a question, apart from this area where a total of 12 million is supposed to be used for the classrooms that were given in Bonchari, countrywide, the total number of classrooms which are supposed to be done are 6,495, out of which the contractors who have been contracted to do those classrooms are 6,371 contractors. That is phase 2. The total cost of phase 2 is 2,542,000,000, and a number of those classrooms are complete. A few are not complete, and we are hoping that before the end of the financial year, they should be complete. For Bonchari, the status is as given in the table. Botoro secondary is 80% complete. Kerubo is about 90% complete. St. Andrews Mugumo is at one classroom is complete, and the other one is 75% complete. St. Anne's Nyangoge, 2 classrooms are complete. St. Charles Ruanga Gesero is complete, the 1 classroom. St. Francis Nyasagati is complete. St. Peter Suneka is complete. And St. Vincent Umari is also complete. The second part of the question, Honorable Speaker, is that we are expecting that the schools will be completed before 30th June, and the 7 schools which have been completed, the ministry is supposed to pay a total of 12,611,521. Of course, you are aware the total cost of a classroom, it was being constructed at a cost of 708,221. Source centers, and also do sanitation facilities in some of the schools. But again, as you